Now we need to work on what, on our wallet. So the wallet screen, we're gonna be able to manage the wallet. So what we need to do, we need to, first of all, we need to start working with the BLoC for what, for our wallet. Okay, so we need to have the states and the events. Okay, so as I told you, I'm gonna separate them. So here gonna have the wallet BLoC. Okay, so the wallet BLoC dot dat, and also we're gonna have what, we're gonna have the wallet state. So we're gonna say wallet state dot dat, and also we're gonna have the what, we're gonna have the wallet what, the wallet events. Okay, so wallet event dot dat. So that is it. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to start with the events. So what we're gonna say here is part. So part of what, so this is part of the wallet BLoC, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the abstract class. So the abstract class, so abstract class here, so the wallet what, so we're gonna have the wallet event, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to say extends. So this one extends what, so this one extends the equatable, so equatable, like that. So then from there we need to have what, so we need first of all to have the constructor. So we're gonna say the wallet, so the wallet event, like that. So then we need to have what, we need to have the override. So we're gonna say at override, so at override here, then we need to do what, so we need to do what, we need to have the list of object of what, we're gonna say get, so get props. Okay, so that is it. So get props here, then we're gonna return what, gonna return the empty list here. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here below. So now we need to have what, the first event, that is the one that gonna get what, the wallet balance. Okay, so we're gonna say get wallet balance. Okay, so get the wallet balance event. Okay, so this one extends, so this one extends what, we're gonna say extends wallet event. So wallet event here, so we're gonna say wallet event. So then here we're gonna have what, we need to have the constant of what, get wallet, so get wallet balance. Okay, so it is get wallet balance, so like this. So after doing that, now we need to do what, we need to put semicolon there. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what, we need to have the one that gonna get the transactions. So we're gonna say class, so class get what, get wallet, so get wallet transactions. Okay, so get wallet transactions event. Okay, so this one extends the wallet event. Okay, so like that. So then here what we need to do, we need to, when we want to get the wallet transactions, we need to have what, we need to have to pass the transaction types. So we can pass this one, so this one is an option, so just say transaction type, so transaction type. Okay, so then from there gonna have what, gonna have the integer of what, page. Okay, so gonna say like that. So now we need to do what, we need to pass it to the constructor. So we need to do what, we need to have it in the constructor here. So we need to initialize them as what, as this one. So then we need to do what, so we need to come here and we have what, so we're gonna open this one and we're gonna close it here. Okay, so we close it like that. Okay, so we close it there. Then we need to do what, so this one we need to have a default, so we're gonna have a default of what, the first page. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, I need to copy this one, so we need to copy this override here. So then we need to use it where, we need to come and use it here. So then we need to do what, we need to have the transaction type, so transaction, so the transaction type, and also you're gonna have what, the page. Okay, so the page like this. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come just below this one. So now we need to have the one that gonna add the wallet funds. So we're gonna say class, so class add wallet what, add wallet, so add wallet funds, so add wallet funds here. Then we're gonna do what, we're gonna name it event, like that. So then we're gonna say extends, So this one extends what? So it extends our wallet what? Our wallet event. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to do what? So we need to come here. So what we need to do here, we need to pass the what? The amount. So we're gonna say final double. So final double. So final double amount, like that. Then from there we're gonna have what? We're gonna have also the string for the what? Payment method. So string payment what? So payment method, like that. Then also we need to have what? The payment details. Okay, so final map. So map of what? Map of string. So map of string dynamic. So map of string dynamic here. So but nullable. So gonna do what? Payment what? I say payment details. Okay, so payment details there. Then you need to do what? We need now to create the constructor here. So just need to hover above this one, and we do what? Then we need to create the constructor there. So then after we do that, we can have this one as a constant. So then I'm gonna save this one, and then because this one we don't want it to be required, we're gonna remove that one. So we need to remove the keyword for that one, for required. So then we need to have what? We need to have the override here. So then we need to do what? We need to pass the amount here. So the amount, also we need to pass what? We need to pass the payment method. So payment what? Payment method. So payment method here. Okay, so then from there we need to have the payment what? The payment details. Okay, so we're gonna say payment details. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what? So the next event. So the next event here, it is the one that we're gonna use to refresh the wallet. So we're gonna say class. So class here, gonna say what? Refresh. So refresh wallet event. Okay, so wallet event here. So wallet event, then we're gonna say what? Extends. So this one extends what? Our wallet what? Our wallet event. Okay, so wallet event. So wallet event, like that. So then we're gonna have what? The constructor. So we're gonna say refresh wallet event. So like that. So then we do what? Then we close it there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So we need to have the one that gonna reset the wallet. So we're gonna say class reset wallet what? The wallet event. So this one extends what? So this one extends. So this one extends the wallet event. So wallet event. So wallet event, like that. So then you need to do what? So this one is gonna have the constant of what? The reset wallet event. Okay, so the wallet event. So like that. So that is it. So this one should be reset wallet event, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on our on our states. Okay, so now for the state, so we need to come here in the what? In our wallet state here. So then we need to declare them here. So we need to have the different states here. So we're gonna say part. So this is part of what? So the wallet BLoC. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the abstract class. So the abstract class, then we're gonna say what? So the abstract class of what? Wallet state. Okay, so this one extends what? So this one extends equatable. So like that. Then we need to have what? Constant of what? Wallet. So wallet state, like that. Okay, so now we need to have what? We need to have the override there. Okay, so the override here, gonna say what? At override. So at override, then we're gonna do what? So then we need to have the list of what? So the list of object. So list of object nullable. Then we're gonna say get what? Get props. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to return an empty list there. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? The initial state. So we're gonna say the wallet initial. So the wallet initial here. So we're gonna say what? Extends. So this one extends our wallet state. Okay, so that is it. So then you're gonna say constant of wallet initial. Okay, so wallet initial, so wallet initial here, so like that. Then we need to put semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the next the next state, the one that is loading, for loading. So we're gonna say the wallet loading. So wallet loading here, so wallet loading here, gonna say extends what, say extends, so this one extends what, our wallet state. So the wallet state here, then we need to do what, we need to say the constant of what, wallet loading. Okay, so wallet loading, like that. So that is it. So then we need to put what, semicolon there. The next thing that we need to do, we need to come here, so the one that we're gonna use for loading more, so we're gonna say wallet loading. So wallet loading more, so this one extends what, so this extends, so extends our wallet what, our wallet state. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to have what, constant of what, of wallet, so wallet loading more, so loading more, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the next state here, so the one that will be used for refreshing. So we're gonna say class, gonna say class wallet what, wallet refreshing. So wallet refreshing here, so this one extends what, so it extends, so extends, so it extends what, it extends the wallet state. So wallet state here, then we need to do what, so we're gonna say constant of what, so constant of wallet, so wallet refreshing. Okay, so refreshing, so that is it. Then you put there, then you put semicolon there. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, so we need to have the next state, the one, the wallets it is loaded. So we're gonna say class, so we're gonna say wallet loaded. Okay, so wallet loaded here extends what, so this one extends, so extends equitable, not equitable wallet state. So we're gonna say extends here, so we need to have that one there. Then we're gonna say extends what, wallet state, so wallet state, like this. So what we need to have here, we're gonna get, as when it is loaded, we need to get the wallet, and then from there gonna say what, final, so paginated. So the reason why I'm not explaining a lot, we have been doing this one, so even in the previous session. So for payment we did do that, the same thing. So we're gonna say wallet transaction, so wallet transaction here. Then we need to do what, to make sure it might be nullable, so we're gonna say transactions. Okay, so transactions, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to create the constructor with these ones. So just come here and we create them like this. So we need to make sure that we pass them as are required there. Then also this one, we don't want it to be required, so we do what, so we come here and we remove this one. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, so the next thing that we need to do, it is to have what, so we need to have the override here. Okay, so the override here, so we're gonna say what, so let me come and copy this one, the override, like this. Then we're gonna come and paste it here. So we need to paste it here. Then we need to do what, we need to pass the wallet and also the transactions. Okay, so transactions, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the copy with. So we're gonna say wallet, so wallet loaded, so wallet loaded, so wallet loaded here, so wallet loaded. So this one we're gonna say what, so this one will be, we're gonna say the copy with, so the copy with here, so copy with, so copy with. Then we need to do what, so in the copy with we need to pass the wallet. Okay, so the wallet, which can be null, so we're gonna say wallet. Also we need to have the paginated response, so paginated, so paginated response, so paginated response of what, wallet transactions, so transaction, like that. So we're gonna make sure it's nullable, so we're gonna name it transactions, so transactions, so transactions, like that. So then from there we need to do what, we need to come to the body. So just come here and you do what? So we need to return wallet what? So the wallet loaded. Okay, so wallet loaded. So the wallet loaded here, we need to, for the wallet here, we're gonna pass the wallet there. If it is not there, we just need to do it, we're gonna get the one that was there. Okay, so the wallet. So then also we're gonna have the transactions. So transactions, you're gonna say what? Gonna pass the transactions, the new transactions. Else we need to do what? We need to just pass the original one. So transactions. Okay, so transactions, like that. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to put semicolon there. Then we need to do what? We need to save it. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, it is the when the transactions are loaded, so we need to have a state for that one. So we need to come here and we say what? Class. So we're gonna say wallet transactions. So transactions loaded. So transactions loaded, we're gonna say extends. So extends wallet. So wallet state. So wallet state here. Then you're gonna say what? So this one we're gonna say final. So final paginated. So paginated. So paginated response. So paginated response here, gonna say wallet what? So the wallet transactions. Okay, so transactions. So transaction there. Then we need to do what? Gonna name it transactions. So transactions, like that. Okay, so then from there we're gonna do what? So we need to pass it to the constructor here. So we need to pass it to the constructor. So we need to make sure it's out. It's a final field there. So then from there we need to have the override. So we're gonna paste it here, and then we pass our what? Our transaction there. Okay, so transaction. Okay, so that is it. So now the next one, when we add the funds, so we need to have the state for showing that one. So class, we're gonna say wallet. So the wallet funds adding. So they are adding there. Then we're gonna say what? Extends. So we need to say extends wallet. So the wallet state. Okay, so then here we need to do what? So this one will be a constant of what? Wallet. So wallet funding, wallet funds adding. Okay, so like that. So then we need to do what? To have that semicolon there. Then next thing that we need to do when the funds are added. Okay, so we're gonna say class. So wallet. So wallet funds. Okay, so wallet funds added, like that. We're gonna say extends. So extends wallet state. So wallet state, like that. Then we need to do it. So this one we're gonna have the wallet. So wallet there, entity. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna name it wallet, like that. Then also we're gonna have what? We're gonna have the string for the message. Okay, so like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what? The constructor for these ones. So just come here and we pass them as a what? As a required. And also this one I need to have a default message. So this one we're gonna say is equals to what? So this one is equals to funds. I'm gonna say funds added successfully. Okay, so successfully, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the override. So we're gonna paste it here. Then we need to do what? We're gonna have the wallet. So the wallet here. Then we're gonna have the message. So the message, like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have, if we have an error, so that state. So we're gonna say wallet error. So the wallet error, so extends what? So this one extends the equatable, not equatable, the wallet state. So the wallet state here. Then we need to do what? So we need to have the message. So final string of what? Of the message. Okay, so like that. So then we need to pass to the constructor here. So we pass it as a what? As a final field there. So then from there we need to have the override. So in the override here we need to have what? We need to have the message. Okay, so that is it. So those are the what? Those are the states and the events. Okay, so now we need to create the BLoC here. So we need to come to the BLoC. So in the BLoC we just need to do what? We need to have what? First of all, So we're gonna say part. So we're gonna say part of what? Wallet. So wallet event, like that. And also we're gonna say part of what? Of the wallet state. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet what? We need to have the wallet. So the wallet state dot what? So state dot dat. Okay, so state dot dat. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? To have the injectable. So the injectable, so injectable here, so injectable like this. So then we need to do what? We need to have the class. So the class of what? Wallet BLoC. So wallet BLoC, like that. Then we're gonna say extends. So this one extends what? So we're gonna say extends the BLoC. Okay, so we're gonna say BLoC. So this one extends BLoC, like that. Then we need to do it. We're gonna say this one takes the wallet event, and then we're gonna have the wallet state. So the wallet state, like that. Then we need to do it. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the use case. So get wallet what? So get wallet balance. Okay, so get wallet balance, like that. Then we're gonna name it what? Get wallet balance. Okay, so get wallet balance, like that. Also we're gonna have the what? We're gonna get wallet transactions. So get wallet transactions. So wallet transactions, like that. Then we're gonna name it what? Get wallet transactions. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to also to have the one that for adding funds. So we're gonna say add wallet. So add wallet what? Add wallet funds, this one. Then we're gonna name it what? Add wallet funds. Okay, like that. Then we need to do it. We need to create the constructor for this one. So we need to create that one with what? Gonna pass it as a final feeds, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now what I need to do here, I need to have the super, to call the super. So we're gonna say super. So the super here gonna say constant of what? Wallet. So the wallet initial, the initial state. Okay, so the initial state, so initial there. Then we need to do what? So this one we need to have it as a body, so that we'll be able to add our what? Our event handlers there. Okay, so now we need to import this one. So we need to import it. So just import it from there. Now the first what? Our first BLoC. So the first handler here, what we need to do, we need to come here. So the first one we're gonna say future. So future what? Future void. So void. Then we're gonna say what? On get wallet balance. Okay, on get wallet balance. Okay, so on get wallet balance. So then we can pass what? Get wallet balance here. So get wallet balance here event. Okay, so this one comes from the event. So this one should be event. Okay, get wallet balance event. So then from there we need to do what? We're gonna name it event, like that. Then also we're gonna have what? The emitter. So the emitter, so here it will be what? It will be wallet what? Wallet state. Okay, so wallet state. Then we're gonna name it emit. Okay, so we're gonna name it emit there. Then we need to handle this one. So this one should be an async method, because we're gonna wait for the backend. So async there. So then what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to emit. So whatever we want to emit here is the constant of what? First of all, the wallet loading. Okay, we need to show maybe a spinner, maybe like that. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the data from the backend. So we're gonna say final wallet. So final wallet result. Okay, so result here. So the result that we're gonna get from the backend, so is equals to what? Is equals to we're gonna await. So we need to await that one, because it is getting the data from the backend. So get wallet balance. So like that. Okay, there's nothing you're passing there. So then after you have done that, we need to await the result. So we're gonna say await. We need to work on it. So await result dot fold. So if it is left, so this is a failure as usual. So then we need to emit what? So this one we're gonna emit. So this one we want to make sure that it's an async, so because it's future. So we're gonna say here we need to emit what? we need to emit wallet error. Okay, so wallet error here, so wallet error. So then for the message, you're gonna get it from the failure. Okay, so failure dot message. So then if it is right, so that is we get the wallet. So then the wallet here, we need to make sure that it's async the here. Then we need to do what? We need to work on it. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to emit that the wallet it is loaded. So we're gonna say wallet loaded, like that. So then we're gonna get the wallet there. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the transaction result. Okay, so because we need to show both in the what when we get the wallet balance. Okay, so we're gonna say final. So final transactions. So transactions result, okay, is equals to what? Is equals to await. We need to await here. Then we're gonna say get wallet what? So get wallet transactions. Okay, so get wallet transactions. So transactions. Okay, so where we gonna pass the parameters that we want. It is the constant of what? So constant of the get. So get what? Gonna say get wallet transaction, get wallet transactions params. Okay, so these parameters. So here we need to do what? We need to have the first thing that we need to have here, it is what? It is the page. Okay, so the page, we're gonna start with the initial page, that is page 1. Okay, so that is what we need to pass there. Then from there gonna put semicolon here and also here first. So make sure that you have it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need now to work on this, the transaction. Okay, so we need to say transaction. So transaction, so the transaction our transaction result. Okay, so then we need to do what? We need to fold. So fold here, if it is left, it's a failure. So it's a failure, so we're gonna name it well. So failure there. Then we need to do what? So this one we just need to emit. So what we need to emit here is the wallet loaded. Okay, so wallet loaded. So wallet loaded. So like that. Okay, so that is it. So then we're gonna have the wallet. So we're gonna get the wallet. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there we need to put semicolon there. So like that. Okay, so this one should not be here, so this one should be there. Okay, then from there we need to have a comma here, and then if it is right here, if it is right here, you're gonna have what? The transactions. Okay, so transactions, like that. So then after we do that, we need to do what? We need to work on the transactions. So the transactions here, we're gonna say what? We need to emit. What we need to emit here is what? We need to emit the wallet loaded again. So we're gonna say wallet loaded. So wallet loaded. So this simply that we have what? We have the transaction. So the wallet. Then from there also we need to have the transactions. Okay, so the one that gonna show the history and others. Okay, so we're gonna say transactions. We pass our transactions there. Okay, so that is it. So then after we have done that, we can close that part, and then also we're gonna close here also. Okay, so that is it. The handler, the first handler that we have handled. So the one that gonna get the wallet balance. Okay, which you can be able to get to load the wallet first. So but then when we have the wallet, we can also be able to load the what? The history. So it is simple like that. So the next one that we need to handle it is what? When we get the transactions. Okay, so we need to get, when you want to just only to get the what? The transactions only. So we're gonna say void. So void, we're gonna say on get. So on get wallet. So on get wallet transactions. So like that. So the event that we want to pass here is what? Get wallet transactions. Okay, so get wallet transactions event. So in emit event, and also we're gonna say what? We're gonna have the emitter. So the emitter here to be what? Our wallet state. So wallet state like this. So we're gonna say emit. Okay, so that is it. Then we're gonna make sure that there's an async method. So what we need to do, the first thing that we need to do, we want to maintain the current state. Okay, so we're gonna have the final current state, because this one we want to be able to maintain the data that is there, so that we be able, even when you are loading more, so we want to make sure that we have the what? The existing what? The existing data. So we're gonna say the current state here is equals to what? Is equals to the state. Okay, so like that. So the first thing that we need to do after we have done that, we need to check if it is so we need to have a boot that it would track if it is paginating, and when it is paginating, it simply means that the page, it is great, the pages we have more than one. Okay, so we're gonna say final. So this one is paginating, so it's paginating here. So this one we're gonna say we're gonna take it from the event. We need to get the page. Okay, so we want to make sure that the page is greater than 1. That is when we're gonna say what is paginating. Okay, so we're gonna check. First of all, we need to make sure that if it is not paginating, so it's not paginating. So if it is not paginating here, so if it is not paginating, so here we need to do what? We're gonna say we're gonna emit just the constant of what? Wallet loading. Okay, so wallet loading here, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, but if it is paginating, we need to emit the wallet loading more, so that state. Okay, so we're gonna say else, we need to emit. So what we need to emit here, it is what? So we're gonna say emit, gonna say constant of what? Wallet loading more. Okay, so loading more. So that is what we need to call here when it is paginating. Okay, so that is what we need to show. Okay, the different states. Okay, so then from there, the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the results from the backend. Okay, so we're gonna say final result. So final result is equals to what? Is equals to await. We need to await, and then we're gonna get the wallet what? The wallet transactions. Okay, so transactions. So the wallet transactions here, then we're gonna say get wallet what? Get wallet transactions. So get wallet transactions params. Okay, so this one, get wallet params, then we're gonna pass what? The transaction type. So the type here, gonna get it from the event. Okay, so the event dot what? Dot transaction type, and also from the page. So the page, you're gonna get it from the event. So if it is page 2 like that, page 3 like that. So that is it. Now we need to put semicolon there. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on the result. Okay, so the result dot fold. So the result dot fold, if it is left, so it's a failure. So then from there, we need to do what? We need to first of all, we need to check if it is paginating. So because if it is paginating, it simply means we had what? We had the data initially. Okay, so we're gonna say if it's paginating. So if it is paginating here, and also if it is paginating, and also the current state, and if the current state here is what? So the current state is wallet loaded. So if it was wallet loaded, okay, so we need to keep that track. So if it was there, we just need to show the data that was there. So we just need to emit the current state. Okay, so we're gonna emit the current state, so we don't change anything. Then from there, just need to show what? So if it is not in those states, we need to emit an error. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet, so the wallet error, so wallet error here. So then the message, you're gonna get it from the failure dot message, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. If it is right here, so here you get the transactions. Okay, so here in the transactions, so currently, because we have the transactions, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is paginating. Okay, so if it is going to the next page, we need to be able to append that data, to append it to the existing what? To the existing data. Okay, so if it is paginating, and so I'll say if it is paginating and what? And the current state. So the current state here is what? Is wallet loaded. Okay, is wallet loaded. So is wallet loaded, then we need to do what? So we need to come here, and then we're gonna say the final updated what? Updated transactions. Okay, so updated transactions is equals to what? We're gonna say paginated. So we're gonna get the paginated response. Okay, so paginated response, because it is paginated, so we're gonna say paginated response. So paginated response here. So this one, we're gonna paginated response of what? Our wallet. So wallet transactions. Okay, so transactions, so transaction, not wallet transaction. So then we need to import these ones first of all before we do anything else. So I'm gonna say what? So let us come here, then we import it. So we're gonna import it from there. So that is it. Then this paginated response entity, this one come from the consultant, so like that. Okay, so that is it. So that now the next thing that we need to do, now we have that one, so now we need to do what, to get the count. So the count here, it will be what, we're gonna get it from the transactions. So from transactions dot what, so transactions dot count, like that. Also from there gonna have the next URL, so the next URL, so this one gonna say transactions, so transactions dot what, next, our next URL there. Then from there you can have the previous URL, so the previous URL you're gonna get it from the transactions, so the one that the response we get, so transactions dot previous what, previous URL. Okay, then for the results, so because currently we have the one that was there, so this one is paginating, so this simply means we are getting the next page. So now we need to be able to add what, if there are the data, we need to say use the spread operator. Then first of all we're gonna add the current what, the current state, so we're gonna say the current state dot transactions, so transactions. So then from there we need to check it's not null, so it's null, so we're gonna say results. So if it is null, so we get the existing results. If it is null, just pass an empty list. Okay, so that is it. Now from there what we need to do after we have done that, now we need to add the new results. Okay, so we're gonna say transactions, so transactions dot what, transactions, so transactions dot, so transactions dot what, dot results. Okay, so like that. Then we need to put what, we need to put semicolon here. Okay, so we're gonna put it there, and also we're gonna put it here also, like that. Okay, so now after you have done that, so we have checked if it is there, so now we have what, the updated transactions, like that. Now we need to do what, we need to use it. So let me first of all save this one. So now we need to use that one, the updated one, so that we'll be able to add it to what, to the current state. Okay, so we're gonna say emit, gonna say the current state. Okay, so the current state, so we're gonna say the current state here. So the current state here, we need to do what, we need to use the copy with. So remember we created the copy with method, so we are here, we're gonna change only the transactions. Okay, so transactions here we're gonna pass what, the updated, so make sure that you pass the updated what, updated transactions, for you to be able to see even the updated ones. Okay, so that is it. So else if it is not paginating, so else if what, you're gonna say the current state. If the current state here, so if the current state here is what, is wallet loaded, so wallet loaded. So if it is not wallet loaded, so if it is wallet loaded here, what we need to do, we need to emit we just need to pass the existing data. Okay, so just say the current state, so the current state dot what, copy with, so dot copy with. Then we need to pass what, the transactions, we're gonna pass the existing one. Okay, so the ones that we get. Okay, so the transactions, so that is it, just simple as that. Okay, so then from there after we have done that, so else we just need to emit what, so else we just need to emit the wallet transactions. So we're gonna say emit wallet transactions loaded. Okay, so wallet transactions, so wallet transactions loaded. Okay, so the transactions, we're gonna pass the transactions there. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what, we need to have the next what, the next handle. Okay, the one that gonna add the wallet to add the funds to the wallet. Okay, so now, so for the wallet to add the funds to the wallet, so this one gonna say future, so future void, so future void here gonna say what, on add what, on add wallet funds, so on add wallet funds there. Then we're gonna say what, the event here gonna say add wallet what, add wallets funds event. Okay, so we name it event, and then from there we're gonna have the emitter, so the emitter, so the emitter here gonna say what, it will be the wallet state. Okay, so the wallet state here gonna say emit, so then it's an async method. So then from there what we need to do, gonna say final, we're gonna get the current state, so the current state is equals to what, is equals to the state. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna say we need to get the result. So the final result here is equals to await. So await, then we're gonna say what, add wallet funds. Okay, so add our use case, so add wallet, so add wallet funds. So we're gonna say add wallet funds, add wallet funds. So this one, then we need to do what, we need to use the add wallet funds params. Okay, so add wallet funds params. So then from there, so for the amount, you're gonna get it from the event. So event dot what, so I'm gonna say event. So from the event, we do what, we're gonna pass the amount there. Okay, so the amount, and then from there for the payment method, so the payment method, we're gonna say what, event dot payment method. Also we're gonna have the payment details, so payment details, so we're gonna say event dot what, payment. So event. Okay, so remember, event is the one that gonna bring the data to the what, to the block. Okay, so the one that gonna pass to the use case. So event dot what, payment details. Okay, but if you are not familiar in depth so about clean architects and others, and also BLoC, so make sure that you check on that course, the one that we have 100 and something hours. So make sure that you check on that one, so that you'll be able to do it, to learn a lot from that point. Okay, so then from there, and also even to promote this work, so we're gonna say result. So the result dot fold, so dot fold here, so dot fold, then we're gonna say what, so if it is left, so if it is left, we're gonna do what, we're gonna have a failure. Okay, so failure. So then if it is failure, we just need to do what, we need to first of all to track the existing what, the existing data. Okay, if you have a failure, we're gonna say if the current, so we're gonna say if what, if the current state, so if the current state here, so we need to make sure that we put it into brackets. So if the current, so the current state here, so the current state is what, is wallet loaded. Okay, if it is wallet loaded, so wallet loaded here, if it is in that state, so we need to just do what, so we need to come here and emit. So what we need to emit is just the current state. Okay, we just need to emit the data that was there. Okay, so the current state, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to put semicolon here, and also we're gonna put it also here. So we're gonna put it also here. So let me first of all save this one. So then we need to do what, so after we have done that, else here we need to do what, we need to emit the error. Okay, so we need to make sure that we come here. So else we're gonna emit, so we're gonna emit what, we're gonna emit the, so this one should not be here, should be outside what, that if. Okay, so we're gonna say else we're gonna emit the wallet error. Okay, so the wallet error, so we're gonna say wallet error like that. Then the message, you're gonna get it from the failure dot what, message. So that is it. So then from there we need to put semicolon in this, and then from there we need to do what, we need to have the, so outside that one we need to have a comma, so we need to have that comma. So and also this one should not be here. Okay, so this one should be after that emit. Okay, so that is it. Now if it is right here, we're gonna get the wallet. Okay, so we need to get the wallet, so which we're gonna do what, we need to emit. So what we need to emit here is what, wallet funds added. Okay, so because that is what we're getting from the backend, so we're gonna say wallet funds. Okay, so wallet funds added, so we pass the wallet. Okay, so then for the message, we need to have a message here. So the message, we're gonna say what, successfully, so successfully added what, successfully added, we added the, so this amount. Okay, so we need to have the backward slash, so that we'll be able to add that dollar sign there. And also we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say then we need to get the, from the event we just need to get the amount. Okay, so we're gonna say event dot amount dot to string as fixed. Okay, so to string as fixed, so then this one will be what, so this one we're gonna pass the value of 2, just 2 digits. Okay, so that is it. So let me do what, let me save this one. So after saving that one, we just need to make sure that it looks like that. So that is the one for adding what, adding the funds. Okay, so now the next one, it is the one that we're gonna use to refresh the wallet, so that to get maybe the latest data or if there is an error. So we're gonna say void, so we're gonna say on, so we're gonna say on, so on refresh, so refresh wallet. So on refresh wallet, we're gonna say refresh wallet event, so refresh wallet event, so we're gonna name it event, and then from there we're gonna say emitter, so emitter here gonna say wallet, so wallet state, like that. Then we need to do what, gonna say emit, so then from there we're gonna say what, it will be an async method. So then from there we need to do what, we need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna say what, we need to get the current state. Okay, so we're gonna say final current state, so current state here is equals to what, is equals to state, so is equals to state, then like that. Okay, so then after we have done that, we just need to emit. So first of all, we need to check if the current state is what, wallet initial, so we just need to load it. Okay, we're gonna say if the current state, so if the current state here, so if the current state here is what, is wallet initial, if it is in the initial state, so we need to do what, and we have emitted, so we need to emit the constant of what, wallet loading. Okay, so wallet loading, okay, like that. Then we do it like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the what, so we need to come outside the if, so we need to come here and you say what, so we need to get the result. We're gonna say final result is equals to what, we need to await for the backend. Okay, so get wallet balance. Okay, so get wallet balance, like that. So that is it. Then we need to do what, we need to work on the result, so we're gonna say result.fold, so result.fold here, if it is left, it's a failure. Okay, so if it's a failure, then we need to do what, we need to work on this failure. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to check if the current state is what, it is the wallet loaded. Okay, so we're gonna say if the current state, so if the current state here, so if the current state here is what, wallet loaded, so if it is wallet loaded here, so if it is in that state, what we need to do here, we need to just emit that current state. Okay, so just the data, so the current state, so the current state there. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here and we do what, else we're gonna have an error. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet error, so wallet error. Okay, so the wallet error here, then we're gonna say what, failure dot what, dot message, so that is it. Then we put that one there. So then if it is right, we just get the wallet. Okay, so that is what we need to get here. So then we need to do what, so on a refresh, first of all, we need to make sure that we can pass the old data if we have what, if we have not yet gotten anything. So but if we get the new, we're gonna get the new wallet. Okay, so we're gonna say if the current state, okay, if the current state is what, if the current state changes, so if the current is wallet loaded, so if it is wallet loaded, so wallet loaded here, if it is in that state, now we need to do what, we need to emit the current state. Okay, so the current state, gonna say the current state, so from the current state here, so current state dot copy with, so we need to change the wallet, so we're gonna pass the new wallet. Okay, so the wallet. Okay, so wallet like that. So then from there we need to put what, semicolon here. So else, if it is not in that state, so we need to do what, we just need to emit that state again. Okay, the original, the new one. Okay, so the wallet loaded. Okay, so wallet loaded, like that. So the wallet there, then we put what, we put semicolon here also. So the next 100 is the one that we're gonna use to reset, so to just reset that page. So we're gonna say void, so this one we're gonna say void on a not a result, on a reset. Okay, so on a reset wallet, so on a reset wallet we're gonna say reset, so we need to reset, so reset wallet event, so we're gonna name it event, and also gonna have the emitter, so the emitter here will be what, the wallet, so wallet state like this. Then we're gonna say what, emit, so then from there we need to do what, we need to emit what, so this one we just need to emit the initial state. Okay, so the wallet initial, so wallet initial. Okay, so wallet initial state there. Okay, so that is it. So after that, now we need to do what? So let me save this one. So then what you need to do is just to add them to our method, to our constructor here. So here the body, so just I'm gonna paste them there, so I don't need to type them. So make sure that you type them. So then you put on that one event, you need to call that handler, then like that. Okay, so that is it. So there's nothing big. This is something we have been doing there. So then from there, the first thing that we need to do before we go to the UI, so first of all, we need to have the imports. Okay, so the imports here, so we're gonna equatable. Then from there, the next one is what? So the next one is the wallet. Also we need to import it like that. So that is it. Okay, so also you can be able to add the constants to your what? To your methods, so to your constructors. So this is for performance, it's good. Okay, so make sure that you do it. Also you can be able to add them when you develop them. Okay, so make sure that you add the constant. Okay, so because already our abstract it is constant, so there's no problem. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the UI for what? For wallet. How we gonna add the money and others. So wallet screen, so make sure that you have it like this. Okay, so that is it. So now the thing that we need to do, so this one will be a stateful widget. So we're gonna say st, so stateful widget. So this one we're gonna name it what? Wallet. So wallet screen. Okay, so wallet screen like that. So then from there we need to have the imports here like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to be able to add this screen to the different parts where we are calling it. So majorly we are calling it in the what? So come in the patience. So in the patience, first of all, we need to make sure that we have the wallet screen in our router. So we're gonna come here, so in our app router here. So the first thing before we do that, we need to have it in what? In the payment here. So we're gonna say static, so static constant of what? String. So string wallet. Okay, so we're gonna name it what? Wallet. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet like that. So then we put a semicolon there. Then we need to do what? You need to come to our what? To our app router. So here, so here we had what? The appointment screen. So share route for what? So we need to make sure that we are in the share route for, we can just put it also even here. So we can put it just outside the shell. So or what? So let me first of all check. So because it will still be under the shell, so we need to make sure that we go to the shell for the what? For the patient. Okay, so in the patient, where do we have the patient? Okay, here. So we need to do what? So we need to come just below this one, so just still in the route here, so the go route where it ends here. Okay, so then so here in the share route, so we need to do what? We need to say go route. So go route, so go route here, so go route here for the path. We're gonna say what? So this one we're gonna say, gonna put this one. So then we're gonna name it what? We need to, so we're gonna name it wallet. So we're gonna say wallet there. Then from there we need to have the name, so the name of the path. So the name here we're gonna say what? Gonna say app route names. So app route names, so app route names, okay. So this one dot what? We need to get the wallet. Okay, so the wallet there. Then from there we need to have the builder. So the builder here, so this one accepts what? Context. Okay, so context and the state. Okay, so then from there we need to return what? Constant of what? Wallet. So wallet screen. Okay, so we need to put it there. Then from there we do what? So we need to save this one like that. Okay, so make sure that you add it your wallet there. Then from there we need to do what? We need to add it where? So we had the part for the patients where we are calling it, so in different places. Okay, so in the, that is for consultation. So we need to do what? So in our patients, we had what? So we had the part for the patient screen. Okay, so we need to come to the patient screen here, and then we look for what? So we need to look for the part where we are using what? Let's go not to that one. So we need to look for to do for wallet. So make sure that you look for that one. So let us see. So this is dashboard. So, and then in the dashboard we had what? The quick actions. So now we need to come here in the quick actions first. So because we had that part for the grid where we were going to what? So this one is for appointments. So we have a to do for what? So for our wallet. Okay, so this one, so we need to replace this one. So we're gonna remove it like that. Then we need to do it. So I don't want to use this one, I want to use the arrow one. So the arrow function. So here we're gonna do what? We need to return the context. So we're gonna say context dot what? Gonna say push named. Okay, so push named. So the one that is named what? Up route. So up route names. So up route names here. Then we're gonna say what? We need to go to the wallet. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we can be able to come also in our what? In our so still in our patient screen. So the profile screen here. So we had that place where you are passing what? So we need to check for that to do. So I think we added that to do somewhere. So let us come and look for it. So make sure that you do it, so that we'll be able to, either a user can be able to go to their wallets from either from the dashboard or to the what? From the what? So we're gonna replace this one. So this one we need to return what? We need to return the context. So context dot what? Dot push named. Okay, so push named. So push named here gonna say what? So the up route names. So up route names. So this one dot what? Dot wallet. Okay, so that is it. So now you can be able to move to that screen from that point. Okay, so then from there now we can be able to do what? So the next thing that we need to do, we need to do a hot restart, so that we'll be able to add that one. And also before we do that, we need to do what? First of all, so that we'll be able to add our injection to our injection container. So that is for the BLoC. We need to do what? We need to run the runner, so the one that will be responsible for generating that one. Okay, so that it will be generated for the what? For our BLoC. Okay, so first of all I'm gonna look for the pubspec.yaml. so this one, so because I had put that command there. Okay, so I don't want to type all of it. So this one, so I need to copy all of this. Okay, so then I'm gonna put it here. So I'm gonna run it here. So make sure that you run it also, because of what? For generating the one for the BLoC. So the injection, okay, to our injection container. Okay, so we need to make sure that you do it like that, so that we'll be able to do it, to continue building on that application. Okay, also as it continues, so we need also to add it to our what? To the app.dat first of all. So we need to make sure that you look for that one also. So we're gonna say what? We need to look for the app.dat. So like that. So then you need to add it here. So here in our blocks, so that we'll be able to provide it to our what? To the widget. Okay, so you don't need to do the hot restart again when we add it. Okay, so BLoC provider. So this one for create, we need to do it. So we're gonna ignore that one. So then we need to do it. We need to return. So we're gonna say get it. So from the get it, we just need to get what? Our wallet BLoC. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet BLoC. Okay, so that is it. So first of all, you need to close here and here. Okay, so like that. So we need to import it first, so that we'll be able to see it here. Okay, now it's okay there. Then we need to copy this one. Gonna copy it. and then I'm gonna add it here, okay, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now let us wait for the runner, so then we're gonna be able to see what is going on. So let us come to our screen here. So where is it? So let us wait for it, and then we'll be able to run and then be able to see that screen. Okay, so now it has completed. So now we can be able to do what, to run our application. Let me kill that one. So we need to do what, we're gonna do a hot restart. So we need to do a hot restart there. So let me minimize this one, so up to that point, and also we can just take it also. So then from there just need to grab it. So let me grab it here like that. So then after it has loaded, now we're gonna do what, so we can click it from where we want. So but I'm gonna click it from here. So you can see now it is white because we are using what, the container. Okay, so let me remove this one first. So then we need to do what, we need to start working on it. So the one that we are going to build, so it looks like this. Okay, so when you look at this one, we have the up bar. So you have the back button, and then the icon button there. So then we have the title, and also we have this one for going to history. So then we're gonna have what, this one for some tips. Okay, so then from there gonna build this card with this information. So make sure that you have followed that part, and then from there gonna have what, the other parts. Okay, so that is what we need to do. Okay, so then from there, so I want to make sure that, okay, for the info card, for the help part one, that one, so then we're gonna have that one, and also we're gonna have this one also. So these are the things that we should build. Okay, so make sure that you do what, you follow along, so that you'll be able to do what, to build that part. Okay, so that is it. So now, so let us do what, now we need to start working on it. So let me go back to the first one. So we need to do what, we need to work on this one. So first of all, we're gonna start with this sub bar. Okay, so let us come back to our code, and then we do what, then we start working on it. So let me come here. So the first thing that we need to do, so in this wallet, the first thing we need to do when you open this screen, so we're gonna do the init state. Okay, so the init state here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to use the widgets binding. So widgets binding here. So widgets binding here, then we're gonna do what, we need to add the instance of what, add post framework. Okay, so after the change, we need to be able to do what, so that one underscore there. Then we need to, here we need to return. So we're gonna have a the one that gonna load we're gonna load the wallet data. Okay, so now, so the thing is what, we need to work on the load data. So we need to come here below. So this one we just call the our event for getting the wallet event. Okay, so we're gonna say get, so we're gonna load wallet, so wallet data. So wallet data here, then we're gonna do what, so this one we're gonna say context. Okay, so from the context we need to read. So we're gonna use the Flutter there, Flutter block. Then we're gonna say wallet so wallet block, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to add. Okay, so the event that we want to add, it is what, constant of what, get wallet balance. So get wallet balance event. Okay, so that is simple as that. So we just need to get what, that data there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on what, so now, so here instead of returning container, we need to return scaffold. Okay, so we're gonna say scaffold, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to start working on what, on the here in the scaffold. So the first one is the up bar. So the up bar here, so we're gonna say what, we're gonna name it up bar. So up bar, like that. So then we're gonna say what, we need to have the title. So the title here be what, constant of what, text. So text, then we're gonna say what, my wallet. Okay, so my wallet, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the elevation. So elevation, we don't want to have it, so we're gonna pass 0. So then we need to have the actions. Okay, so the actions are that part we saw with the what, the two icons. So the icon button, so we're gonna say the first one, icon button. Okay, so the icon button here, so the icon button here, when it is pressed here, so we need to, so this one we're gonna do it later, so we need to do it. So let me do, I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna say to do, so we're gonna say to do. So to do, then we're gonna do it. So this one we're gonna say route to what, gonna say route to wallet history. Okay, wallet history. So then for the icon here, it will be what, it will be a constant of what, icon. So the icon gonna say what, so constant of icon. So then we're gonna say icons dot what, so icons dot history. Okay, so dot history, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a tooltip. So when you go to that one, so we need to have a tooltip. So we're gonna say transaction what, so we're gonna say transaction history. So transaction history, like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. Also here we need to do what, we need to have another icon button. So the icon button here, so this one we're gonna say what, so this one we need to, so when pressed this one we need to show what, we need to show that thing that you saw there, so the dialog. So we're gonna say what, so this one we're gonna, so what I'm gonna do, I won't use that one, I just need to do what, so I just need to pass a method that we're gonna use to show the wallet info. So the wallet info. Okay, so we need to create this one, this method. So then before we create it, so first of all we need to have the icon. So we're gonna say constant, so constant of what, constant of icon. So then we're gonna say icons dot what, help what, help outline. So help outline, so help outline, like that. Okay, so that is it. So then we need also to have what, we need also to have the tooltip. Okay, so we're gonna say tooltip. So here gonna say wallet info, so wallet info, gonna say wallet info, like that. So now we need to create this method for what, for our for showing the tooltip information. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So just need to come here below outside our what, our build. So here gonna say void, gonna say show what, show wallet info. Okay, so gonna say show wallet info, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to work on this one now. So before we work on it, so first of all let us do a hot reload to see what we have done so far, so that we'll be able to see it. So let me grab it. Okay, so as you can see now it looks like that. So we have created what, we have created the title, and also we have this button, icon button, and also this one. So we need to handle this one, so this one will handle it. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do what, we do it like that. Okay, so that is it. So now, so let me remove this one, and then we do what, so now we need to work on that one. So what we need to do, so the one that we are working on, so let us come here in the design. So then we're gonna see what we are going to build there. So let me, this one. Okay, so when you look at this one, we have the title for the wallet information here with an icon. So this is in a row, and also we have this one. Okay, we have the title and we have the subtitle. Okay, so title and subtitle, like that. So we need to create one widget for that one, for handling that. So let us come back to our code, and then we do what, so then we create that one. Okay, so that is our dialog. So we're gonna say show dialog here, so like that. So the context, and also there we need to have what, the builder. Okay, so the builder here we need to do what, we need to pass the context there, and then we need to return the alert what, the alert dialog. Okay, so the alert dialog, like that. So then after we do that, we need to make sure that we do what, so we come here and we put semicolon there. So then we need to, the first one we need to have the title, so the title of our alert dialog. So this is a row because we have an icon and we have what, so we have the, so the children here, gonna say the icon, that icon that you saw there. So we're gonna say icons dot what, info outline. Okay, so info outline, like that. Then we need to have the color, so the color of it we're gonna say colors dot what, so colors dot blue, so colors dot blue dot shade. Okay, so shade of what? 700, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing is we need to have a gap. So we're gonna say constant of what? Sized box. So sized box here we need to have a width. So the width that we want to have here is 12, like that. Then we need also to have now the text. Okay, so constant of what? Text. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet information. So wallet information. So that is it. So when you do a hot restart or the hot reload, so let us do a hot reload, and then I'm gonna grab it. Okay, so let us see whether we'll be able to do what? To click that one there. So you can see now we have this one, so the wallet information. So let us do it. So let us work on it to show the other parts. Okay, so what we need to do here, so the next thing that we need to do after the title of our dialog, now we need to do what? We need to have the content. Okay, so the content here is a widget, so we're gonna use what? The column. Okay, so this one will be a column. So here in the column, what we need to do, we need to make sure that it occupies the minimum possible size. Okay, so we're gonna say main access size, then we're gonna say main access size dot what? So main access size dot minimum. Okay, so then from there, then we need to make sure that they start. So we're gonna say cross access alignment, then we're gonna say cross access alignment dot what? So cross access alignment dot start. Okay, so like that. So then from there, so let me save this one first. So then from there we need to have the children. So the children here, so as you saw, they looked the same, so just the title and what they are changing. So now we need to create a what? We need to create a widget method that will be responsible for that. Okay, so we need to come here. So we're gonna say widget. So widget here, then we're gonna say build info. So build info item. So build info item here. So this one will be a string of what? Title. So and also you're gonna have a string of what? Description. Okay, so description, like that. So then what we need to do here, we need to return. So what we need to return is a column. So column like this. So then from there we need to make sure that we put semicolon there. So then we need to have what? They're gonna start here. So cross access alignment. So we're gonna say cross access alignment dot what? Start. Okay, so cross access alignment dot start. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children here to be what? So here we need to have a text. So the first text, it is for the title. So the title here we need to style it. Okay, so we're gonna say style. So we're gonna say style here, we're gonna say what? Constant of what? Text style. So text style dot not dot, gonna say font weight. So the font weight that we need here, it is what? Gonna use a font weight of 600. So font weight. So font weight dot what? Weight of 600. Okay, so now we need to do the next one. So now the next thing that we need to have here is what? The font size. So we're gonna say font size here. We want to have a value of what? 14. Okay, so let me save this one first. So then after saving that one, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? For the description. Okay, so we need to come here below. So we're gonna say constant of what? Sized box. So then we're gonna say height. So height of what? Height of 4. Then like that. Okay, so then we need to have what? We need to have the description. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this one, gonna copy that one, then I'm gonna paste it here. So now for this one, for the font weight, we're gonna do what? I want it to be a normal, so it's gonna leave it there to the default. So the color here, gonna say colors dot what? So colors dot gray. So dot gray with a value of what? 600. Okay, so that is it. Then you need to put comma here. And also for the font size, so the font size here, gonna say what? So this one should not be constant, so that's why it is complaining there. Then we need to do what? We need to put as a 13. Okay, value of 13. So then from there now we need to use it in our what? In our alert dialog here. Okay, so then we need to say what? So the thing that we need to say, we need to have the, gonna say build info item. So for the title, this one we're gonna say what? First payments. Okay, so first payments. So let us have a capital. So we're gonna say first payments, like that. Then for the description, we're gonna say use your wallet balance. So use your wallet balance for instant appointment payments. Okay, so like that. So that is the first one. So now the second one that we need to have it is what? So first of all, we need to have a gap here. So we're gonna say constant of what? Sized box. So constant of sized box. So this one. Then we need to have a height. So the height that we need to have here is what? 16. Then from there we need to do what? We're gonna say build info. So build info item. So then the title here be what? Secure. So secure transactions. Okay, so secure transactions. Then for the description, so the description here we need to do what? We're gonna say all transactions. So all transactions are what? Are encrypted. Okay, so are encrypted and PCI compliant. Okay, so PCI compliant. So compliant, like that. So that is it. So then the next one that we need to do, we need to have a what? We need to have a gap also. So let me copy this one. So then I'm gonna come below this one. So then from there we're gonna paste that one there. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the build. So we're gonna say build info item. So then this one we're gonna say refunds. So the refunds here we need to say what? We're gonna say cancelled. So cancelled appointment. So cancelled appointment refunds are automatically okay, so automatically added to your wallet, okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap also, so like this one. So then we're gonna say what? Build info item. So like that. Then we're gonna have the title. So we're gonna say daily limits. Okay, so the daily limits here. Then we need to have what? The description. So here we're gonna say maximum. So maximum. So this one we need to use the backward slash, then so that we're gonna have the dollar. So we're gonna say dollar. So it will be what? It will be 50. So we're gonna say 50,000. Okay, dollars per day. So per day. So per day for security. Okay, for security. So that is it. Then when you do a hot reload, so let me first of all save that one. So when you do a hot reload, so we'll be able to see what we have done in our wallet. So let me grab it so that we'll be able to see what we have done. Okay, so let us do what? We're gonna do a hot restart so that we'll be able to see it. So we're gonna open it here and then we're gonna click this one. So as you can see, we have that one. So now the missing part, it is that button to remove this one. Okay, so for us to be able to see that button, so that one we need to put it in the actions. So that is the content. So in our alert dialog we have the actions. So the actions that you can put there. So here you're gonna have what? Just need to have the text button. So text button. Okay, so text button here, you're gonna do what? So on pressed here, you're gonna just need to remove it. Okay, to remove the button. So the alert dialog, so you're gonna say navigator. So navigator dot pop. So then you pass the context there. So then from there, for the child here to be what? Just be a text. Okay, constant of text. So then you're gonna say got it like that. Okay, so that is it. So we need to do what? So now if you can do a hot reload. So if you do a hot restart, not a hot reload, so that you'll be able to see that button. So I need to grab it. So let me bring it here. So then after doing that, now you can be able to click that one and be able to see what. So we need to come to our out here. So we need to come to what? To this part. Then we need to click this one. So you can see got it there. Okay, so then when you click it, it removes that one. So after doing that, now we can do what? Now we need to work on the what? On the body. Okay, so let us come here. So here in the body, we're gonna use what? So just below the up bar, so this one, so we need to have the body. Okay, so here what I need to use, I'm gonna use the BLoC consumer, because it is gonna give me both what? Both the builder and also the what? The listen. Okay, so that we'll be able to listen to the side effects, so that we're gonna do some things like navigating, like showing snack bars, like that. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. Gonna say BLoC, so we're gonna say BLoC consumer, that one. So then this one will be what? Gonna start here, gonna say this one will be what? The wallet BLoC. So the wallet BLoC here, and also gonna say wallet state. Okay, so the wallet state, like that. So now for the listener, because we're gonna start with the listener, so here gonna say what? Handle state changes, handle state changes there. So we need to create that method to handle what? The state changes. Okay, so we're gonna just come here, so we're gonna say void, so we're gonna say void handle what? Handle state changes, like that. So this one gonna accept the build context, so build context, so build context, then we're gonna name it context, and also we're gonna have the wallet state, so wallet state, then we're gonna say what? State. Okay, so then from there we need to do what? We need to check for the different states. So the one that I need to put here is for the error. So if the state here is what? Is wallet error, so wallet, so the wallet error here, so wallet error, so if it is in that state, so we need to do what? So what we're gonna do here, we need to show the error snack bar, and because we're gonna use it in multiple places, so we're gonna do what? We need to put it here, so the one that gonna show the error snack bar. So we're gonna say void, so void here gonna say what? Show, gonna say show error, so error snack bar, snack, so snack bar, like that. So this one gonna accept what? The message. Okay, so the string of that message. So then here you just need to pass what? The scaffold messenger, so scaffold, so scaffold messenger dot of context. So then we need to do what? To show snack bar. Okay, show snack bar, like this. So then the snack bar here to be what? It's gonna be snack bar, so snack bar, like that. So then the content here to be a text, so the text here will be what? Our message. Gonna say message, so we're gonna say we're gonna pass the message there, the one that will be passed there. Okay, so then we need to have what? We need to have the background color, so the background color, so this one we're gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot red. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say duration, so duration here to be constant of what? Duration, so constant of duration. So then we can have the seconds, so we just wanted to show within just 4 seconds there. Okay, so then from there we need to have the action, so the action here gonna say what? Snack bar, gonna say snack bar what? Snack bar action. So the label, so the label here gonna say dismiss. Okay, so dismiss. Okay, so then for the on pressed, so if it is on pressed here, we just need to do what? We're gonna hide it. Okay, so just come here and you say what? Scaffold messenger, so scaffold, so scaffold messenger, so scaffold messenger dot what? Dot of context, so dot of context. Then from there gonna do what? We're gonna say gonna hide what? The current snack bar, like that. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the text color. Okay, so we need to come out of that one. So then you're gonna have the text color for dismiss, so text color, you're gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot white. Okay, so like that. Then we need to put what? We need to put semicolon here. So that is it. So that is the what? Show error snack bar. So gonna make sure that we have it like that. Okay, so now what we need to do here, we need to do what? We need to return it. Okay, so just need to return it in this one. So gonna say show what? Gonna say show gonna say show what, show error snack bar. This one for the message, you're gonna get it from the state, so state dot what dot message. Okay, so that is it. Then you need to put semicolon there like that. So then now we have handled the what, the so do we have an error? So the errors are where? Here. Okay, so this one should be what, should have that semicolon. Then we can be able to do it, to save it. Okay, so make sure that you have it like that. So that is it. So now we need to start working on the builder. So we are gonna be able to do some few changes in the UI when the state changes. Okay, so here then we need to do what, so this one we're gonna pass the context. So now context and also the state here. So we're gonna say state. So then from there we need to do what, so we need to have the body here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to, if the state is in the loading, we need to show what, the spinner, that is the loading indicator. So we're gonna say if the state is wallet loading, so if it is in that state, we need to do what, to show that spinner. So we're gonna say return. So we're gonna return constant of what, center. So in the center we need to have the child. So the child of what, circular progress. So we're gonna say circular progress indicator. So like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to put semicolon there. So but if it is not in that state, so we need to do what, if it is in the state of, so if it is in the state, so if first of all, so that we be able to see what you are doing, so we need to do what, we need to have what, first of all we need to the default. So we're gonna have what, so here, so that we be able to see what we are building. So we're gonna say constant of what, so we're gonna copy this one. So I need to copy all of this. So from here, so let me copy this one, so like that. Then I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna paste it here. So then this one should not be like that, it should be what, it should be like that. Okay, if it is in that state, so we need to show the circular progress indicator. So as the other states, we're gonna do it, so we need to check them. So if the state here is wallet loaded, so if it is loaded, so if it is loaded here, we need to do it, so wallet loaded here, we need to come here. So the first thing that we're gonna return the refresh. So if the wallet is loaded, so what we need to do here, we need to, we're gonna return, what we need to return here is what, the refresh indicator, so that we'll be able to refresh. So the refresh indicator. So for the child here, gonna have what, I'm gonna use a list view because I want to show them in the list view. So like that. Okay, so that is it. Then it is suggesting that we move the child to the end of what, the end of argument. So we need to move it, so we're gonna move that child property there. So on a refresh here, what we need to do, we're gonna create a method that we're gonna use to call what, to call the BLoC. So that is the event for refreshing. Okay, so we're gonna say the wallet, so we're gonna say refresh what, refresh wallet. So the one that will be responsible for what, for refreshing. Okay, so we're gonna come here, just here below. So we need first of all to put here semicolon, so like that. Then we need to come here. So what we need to do here to be a future, because we are returning future, we are waiting the backend to complete. So we're gonna say void. So here gonna say what, underscore refresh what, refresh wallet. Okay, that one. So then after we do that, so this one we just need to do what, so this one will be an async, so async method. Then we're gonna say context, so context dot read. So we're gonna say wallet BLoC, so wallet BLoC here. So then from there we need to do what, we need to add. Okay, so first of all we need to add the refresh wallet. So we're gonna say constant of what, refresh. So refresh wallet, so refresh wallet event there, we pass like that. Then from there also now we need to do what, to get the transactions. Okay, so we're gonna say context dot what, dot read. So this is when you refresh, we saw that list, we need to get what, now we need to get the transactions. Okay, so there's that part for the wallet and also for the transactions. Okay, so then here gonna say add, then gonna say get constant of what, so get wallet transactions event, like that. Then we need to do like this, then we need to await. So what you need to await here, it will be what, so this one, it's, we didn't pass it as a constant, so let us skip that one. So then we're gonna say future, but if you want to, you need to make sure that the constructed is what, constant. So future dot delayed, we need to wait for some time, so we're gonna say constant of what, duration. So the duration, we need to wait for the milliseconds 500. Okay, so milliseconds 500, like that. Then you put what, semicolon there. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we have what, we have the list view. So here in the list view, we need to start working on what, so the first one that we need to have, it is, first of all, we're gonna have a padding, so that we can have the gap between our content and also the edge. So we're gonna say constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets, so edge insets dot all, we're gonna have a value of 24 there. Okay, so that is it. So now the children for our list view, so the list view here, first of all, we're gonna have what, that card. Okay, so we want to create, let me show you the card that we want to create. So let us come here. So here, as you saw, we had that part for what, for this card. Okay, so we need to create this card. Okay, the one that we're gonna, this, the one that gonna have what, the wallet. Okay, so we need to create that one. So let us come back here in the code. So we need to create that one. So what we're gonna do, we need to create a widget that will be responsible for that one. Okay, so we're gonna name it wallet. So we're gonna say wallet what, so we're gonna say wallet balance. So we're gonna say wallet, so wallet balance here, so wallet balance card dot that. Okay, so dot that. So this one, so this one will be a stateless widget. So we're gonna say st, so stateless widget. So this one we're gonna name it what, we're gonna say wallet balance card, like that. Then we need to import our container from the material dot dat. So we import them here. So we need to make sure that we use the material dot dat. Okay, so what we need to pass in this card is just what, we need to have the balance. Okay, so double, so we're gonna say double what, so the double, so double balance. So then from there, then we need to do what, we need to create, to initialize it in our constructor here, so as a required parameter. Okay, so that is it. So now here we need to return a container. So because you saw it's a container, so we're gonna say padding. So because we need to have something, so padding here, gonna say constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets, so edge insets dot all, so dot all here, then we're gonna pass a value of 24. That is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration. So the decoration here, gonna say box decoration. So we're gonna say box decoration. So here in the box decoration, we need to have the gradient. Okay, so the gradient here, gonna say constant of what, linear gradient. Okay, so we want it to be the linear, so the linear gradient. Okay, so linear gradient, so linear gradient. So here for the colors, it's a list of colors. So in this list, what we need to have, we're gonna have the purple. So the purple here, gonna pick the 0x. So then from there, gonna have ff, then 66, then we're gonna have 7e, 7e again, and also a. Okay, so that color, and also we're gonna have another one. So the color still the purple. So but this one purple, we're gonna say what color. So the value here, we need to say ox. Okay, so 0x, then ff 76, so 764. So we're gonna say 4, then we're gonna say what, 4ba. Okay, so this type of color, so 4ba2. Okay, so that is it. So this one will be purple, like that. So then I'm gonna save this one. Then we need to define where our gradient gonna start. So outside this one, we need to have the begin. So we're gonna say begin. So the begin here, we need to start from what, from the top left to the bottom right. Okay, so we're gonna say alignment. So alignment, so alignment here, so the alignment dot what, top left. Okay, so top left, like that. And then from there we need to have what, the end. So the end here, we're gonna say alignment. So alignment dot what? So bottom right. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have what? So before we continue, so let us first of all use it in our screen so that we'll be able to see what we are building. So we need to come here in our screen, and then we need to do what? We need to call it here. Okay, so we just need to say wallet. So we're gonna say wallet balance. Okay, so the wallet balance card. So balance card. Okay, so card like this. So we need to import it. So we're gonna import it here. So let us wait for it to import. So we need to import it like that. So then from there we need to pass what? The parameter. So the required parameter here. So we're gonna say add the required argument here. So the balance, you're gonna get it from the state. So in the state we have the wallet. So remember that one. So we have the wallet. So then from there we need to get the balance. Okay, like that. So it's a double. So like that. So then from there we can do a hot reload so that we'll be able to see what we have done. Okay, so let me grab it. So let me grab it. So currently you can see it is showing what? The loading indicator. So we need to first of all, so that one it's in another state, so we want to handle it. So before we continue, so the wallet, it is not loaded, so we need to do what? So before we continue, so that we'll be able to see what is going on, so it simply means we have an issue. So the issue, so that's why it's showing what? The circular progress indicator. Now we need to handle that state. Okay, so that is the issue for an error. So before we continue with the loaded, so we're gonna say if the state here, so if the state is wallet what? Wallet error. So if it is in that state, we need to return. So what we're gonna return, we're gonna return the what? The wall. We're gonna say we had the error view, so the one that we created. So we're gonna say error view. So error view. So make sure this one comes with from what? From the patients. We had that part for the shared, and also we had the error view. Okay, so here in the message you're gonna say state dot what? So state dot message. Okay, so that is it. So then on retry, so this one, when you retry, what we need to do, we need to call our what? Our load. Okay, we need to load the data again. So that is what we need to do here. Okay, we just call our load. So we had that one for the load what? Load wallet data. Okay, so that is it. Then you need to put semicolon here. Okay, so now you can do a hot restart so that you'll be able to see what is going on, so that you'll be able to debug that issue. Okay, so let me bring it so that you'll be able to see what is going on. So like that. So then when you come here, so let us open our wallet screen. Okay, so we're gonna come here in our wallet. So as you can see, we have an issue with what? Unexpected error. So the type of null is not a subtype of what? Of string. Okay, so it simply means we are getting null where we're expecting a string. Okay, so let me remove this one first. So I'm gonna remove it there. Then from there, what we're gonna do, so the issue, I think it is in the backend. So let us go in the backend. So here in the backend, so let us first of all gonna check in our what? In our serializers here. So where we had the user wallet. Okay, the user wallet serializer. Okay, so it seems like we have the issue here. That is the part for the username, because you can see it's like we copied the one that we copied here. We did what? So we have the username. It simply means we didn't what? So this one has no relationship with what? So the source path, this one, it has no relationship. Okay, so because the user wallet, when you come to our user wallet here, so here in the user wallet, so the relationship is what? 1-to-1. Okay, there's no relationship through something else. Okay, so it's a direct relationship here. So we need to make sure that use what? We remove this one. So then we use the user dot what? User dot full name. Okay, so like that. Then from there also we're gonna do it. So let us come here to our models. There's something I want to check somewhere. So here we had deduct funds, and also we had the what, deduct funds. Okay, so remember we copied and we didn't change. Okay, so remember we need to do what, to replace this one. So the second one, that is one for what, for removing. Okay, so to deduct funds, so this one will be refund. So we're gonna say refund, so refund funds. Okay, so that is it. So make sure that you pass it like that. Okay, so that is what we need to do there. So then the next thing that we need to check also, we need to come here in the services. So in the services we had what, we had the where we are refunding, so the refund payment here. So if it is card wallet, so the wallet dot refund funds. Okay, so this one we need to call the refund funds. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then we need to make sure that you do like that. And also now we need to come back to our what, so we need to come back to the front end, so to the code for front end here. Also I want to check something. I saw we have another typo, so in our what, so that you won't have the typos. So that's why I want to show you, just in case you added that one. So here in the add wallet funds, so we had what, this one should be payment, not patient. Okay, so I had that type also, so we're gonna say payment intent. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So then from there, what we need to do, we just need to run our runner, so that we'll be able to do it, so that we'll be able to do those changes. Okay, so for this part, for the payment intent. Okay, so that is it. So now, so that one as it runs, so let us do it. So let us come to our card, so the wallet card, so the wallet balance card, and let us wait for that one to complete. So let me see how things are going. So let us wait for it to do what, to run. Okay, so that it will do the changes. Okay, so it has completed. So let me minimize this one. So after it has completed, we minimize that one there. Then also gonna kill this one, so that will be left with that one. Okay, so then you can do a what, you can do a hot restart. Okay, so that we'll be able to see whether we'll be able to get what, the data. So that, so let me bring it here. So then from there we need to do what, to open it, to see whether we'll be able to see what, that error again. Okay, so still now we have the type of num. Okay, so it's obvious it is in what, our serial, in our models. So in our models we need to come back to check the one that is what, so the one that is, so that one is, we are getting it from the, so from the wallet. Okay, so we have the wallet model. Okay, so here, so we need to make sure that the balance, it is what, so we need to use the one, the string. So string to what, so string to what, string to what do we have, so what do we call it? So here we need to have the string to double converter. So we're gonna copy this one, so make sure that you copy it and then use it where you have what, so where is it, wallet, in our wallet, so this one. So make sure that you do what, you pass it there, then import it like that. Also we need to do what, so we need to check also the wallet transactions. So we have what, the double. So make sure that you do what, you pass the string to double, then you need to import it here. Okay, so import it there, then also gonna come here also like that. Okay, so make sure that where you have the double, you change them. Okay, so that you won't encounter that error again. So that is it. Then you can also check this one, if you have that one for double. So all of them, they are just like that. Okay, so then we're gonna do again, we're gonna run our run again. So then like that. Okay, so let us wait for it to complete, then we'll be able to do what, to test it again. Okay, so it has completed. Now we can just do what, so we need first of all to kill this one, then we're gonna do a hot restart. Okay, so the hot restart, and then we need to come back to our screen. So where is it? So here in the, not in our screen, in our wallet balance card, so that we're gonna come here. So obviously we're gonna have what, so let us first of all check, we'll be able to see if we will have an error or not. Okay, so let me bring it, let me show it there. So then we need to do what, we need to come to our wallet here. So now you can see that card. Okay, so you can see now how it looks like. Then with the sharp corners, so we need to make sure that it is rounded, and also you can see the color, so that is the card. So we need now to add the information and other things. Okay, so and also you need to make sure that it looks great. Okay, so let me remove this one. So I'm gonna remove it there. Then from there, what we need to do, we need to come here, and also gonna minimize this one. Okay, so we're gonna minimize this one to that point. So then here in the decoration, so here in the decoration, first thing that we need to do, we need to have the border radius, so that we have the circular corners. So we're gonna say not the sharp ones. So border radius dot what, so border radius dot circular, so dot circular like this. So this one you're gonna pass a value of what, of 20. Okay, so if you can do a hot reload, you can be able to see the difference. So let me grab it like that. Okay, so you can see that the corners are what, don't have the sharp corners. Okay, so that is why we have done it like that. So then from there, we need also to have the shadow. When you look at it, it doesn't look well, so we need to add some shadows. So we're gonna say box shadow. So the box shadow, so box shadow here you can do what, so this one, it is a list, so the list of what, box shadows. Okay, so we're gonna say box shadow. So when you add that one, we need to have the color. So the color of our box shadow, we're gonna say color. So then the color here, we need to have what, gonna use the blue. So we're gonna say FF, so 66, then you're gonna have 7 E what, EEA. Okay, so EEA like that. Then we need to have opacity, so with alpha of what, of 0.3. Okay, so 0.3, then you do what, then you multiply by 255, then you round it. So that is it, so like that. Okay, so then after you have done that, you can just do the hot reload to see whether you'll be able to see the difference. Okay, so then after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to add, still in the box shadow, we need to have what, we need to have the blur radius. So how it's gonna appear, so the blur radius, we're gonna put what, 20. Okay, so that is it. So we can do a hot reload to see the difference. So if you want to learn about this, you can just realize that there's something that will appear on that card. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to have the offset. So we're gonna say what, gonna say constant of what, offset. So constant of offset, so like that. Then you're gonna have a value of 0, and then from there gonna have a value of what, 10. Okay, so you can play with them so that you can see the difference and what they impact. Okay, so then from there, after we have done that, now we need to do what, we need to come out of the decoration, and then we need to have the child. Okay, so the child here, so what we are building, let us first of all see how it looks like. So let me come here in the interface. So you can see we have what, so we have different things here. So and also we have them in what, some are in the row, and also the main one will be a column. Okay, so this one will be the first row. Okay, so then this will be another row, and also this one will be another row. Okay, with the different what, different widgets there inside of it. Okay, so now we need to come back to our code. So then we need to design that one. Okay, so this one will be a column. So the column here, so we're gonna say the column. So the column here, we need to do what? So the first thing that we need to do, we need to make sure that the cross-axis alignment, we want them to start. So we're gonna say cross-axis alignment dot what? So cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need, it is what? The children. Okay, so the children, we have the first one, it is the row. So the first row, so we're gonna say the first row here. So then we need to have what? We need to have the, we want to have a space between them. So we're gonna say main axis alignment, then we're gonna say main axis alignment dot what? So main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, so like that. Then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna have the children. So the children here, we need to have what? So the first one, which is that text you saw there. So we're gonna say text, then we're gonna say available what? So available balance. Okay, so available balance, like that. So that is it. So then from there, the next one, it is what? We need to have the style. So the style here, gonna say text style. Okay, so text style here, gonna say what? We need to have the color. So the color will be colors dot what? It needed to be a height of 70. So height of 70 there, like that. Okay, so then we need to have the font size of what? So the font size, we're gonna have a value of 14. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, let me save this one first. So now we need to have what? We need to have now that part for the icon. Okay, so we're gonna use a container here. So we're gonna say container. So container here, we need to do what? We need to have the padding first. So padding here, we're gonna say constant of what? Edge insets. So we're gonna say edge insets. Okay, so edge insets dot symmetric. So dot symmetric. So then we're gonna have the horizontal. So the horizontal here to be value of 12, and also we're gonna have the vertical. So the vertical here will be what? A value of 6. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is decoration. So for our container here, so we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration, like that. Then we're gonna have the color. So the color of our container, so this one we need to have it as colors dot white. Okay, so we're gonna say with what? With alpha. So with alpha of what? 0.2. Okay, then you multiply by 255, then you round it, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border radius. So border radius dot what? So we're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular, so with a value of what? Value of 20. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here and have the child. So we're gonna say the child. So the child here to be what? It will be constant of what? Of a row. Okay, so in our container here, so we have the icon. So here you're gonna have what? Gonna say the icon. So then the icon, you're gonna say icons dot. So icons dot, we have the account what? Gonna say account. So we have account what? So let me first of all close here. So gonna say account balance. Okay, so account balance wallet. Okay, so like that. Then from there we need to have the color of that one. So the color here will be what? Gonna say colors dot white. Okay, so then the size, so the size will be the value of what? 16. From there, like that. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we need to have a gap between them. So gonna say sized box. So the sized box here, you need to have a width. So the width, we're gonna have a value of what? 4, like that. Then from there we need to have what? We need to have that text that was saying wallet. Okay, so wallet, then we need to style it. So to style it, I just need to copy the one that we were using here, the app. So the one that we are using here, so I just need to copy this one, all of this one. So the style, so then we're gonna come here. So we need to have a comma, then I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, so then from there, then the font size, this one I just needed to be what? I want it to be 12, and then the colors here I want it to just be white. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we need to do what? So outside the row, so we need to have another, so still in what? So after this row, we have still in the column, we need to do what? We need to have another the other side, so the part that we have the balance, so sized box. So we're gonna say first of all, I need to have the gap between them, so we're gonna say height. So the height here, we're gonna have what? We're gonna have a value of 12. Okay, so then from there we need to have what? We need to have the balance. Okay, so we're gonna say $sign, then we're gonna get it. Okay, so we're gonna say the balance, so we're gonna say balance dot what? So balance dot to string as fixed. Okay, so to string as fixed, so with the value of 2 there. Okay, so that is what we want, so like that. So this one should not be here, so we need to make sure that we do what? We put it in the text widget. Okay, so we're gonna say text, so text here, gonna paste that one there. So then from there we need to style it. So to style it, I just need to copy this style here like that, then I'm gonna paste it here. So when you paste it here, then the next thing that we need to change it is the font size. So this one I want it to be large, so we're gonna use 40, and then I want to make sure that it is bold, so we're gonna say font weight. So we're gonna say font weight dot what? So font weight dot bold. Okay, like that. That is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have the other row, because we want to be them to be in the same row, the one with the icon and also that part for description. Okay, so we're gonna come here, gonna paste that one there for that gap. So this one will be a row. So here in the row we need to have the children. So the children here, gonna say what? First of all, gonna say constant of what? Icon. So the icon here, gonna say icons dot what? Icons dot info. So info outline. So info outline. So we're gonna say info outline. So info outline like that. Then we need to have the color. So the color, gonna say colors dot what? So colors dot white of 70. Okay, so white with a value of 70, like that. Then from there we need to do what? We need to have the size of the icon. So size, you're gonna pass a value of 16. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to have a gap here, so between them. So we're gonna say constant of what? Sized box. So sized box, like that. Then we need to have the width. So the width here, gonna pass a value of what? 8. Okay, so then from there we need to use expanded to occupy the remaining part of the row. So we're gonna say expanded. So this one we need to have the child, so the child will be a text. Okay, so the text, you're gonna say what? Use your wallet. So use your wallet balance. So wallet balance. So wallet balance for quick payments. Okay, for quick payments. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to style it. To style it, I just need to copy this one. So I'm gonna copy this one, I'm gonna paste it here. So then from there, what I need to change here, so I want it to be the font normal, so you just need to remove this one, so the default. So then the font size, you're gonna have what? A value of 12. So then the color here for the white, I'm gonna say white dot what? I want it to be with alpha. So with alpha of what? I'm gonna say 0.8. So 0.8 multiplied by what? 255. Then you round it. Okay, so you round it like this, you round it there. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, after we have done that, now we can be able to do a hot reload to see what we have done. Okay, so let us do a hot reload. So let me, then I'm gonna grab it so that we'll be able to see what we have done. Okay, so currently you can see we have 00 in our wallet. So and also that one like that one. Okay, so now we have worked on that part. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on what? So let us see what we are going to build next. So the next these are the action buttons. Okay, so we need to do that, which you can see it is a common one, where we have what? Where we have the, so the add funds, and then we have the transfer. Okay, so like that. So let us do what? So let us come back here, so to our code, and then we do what? So we need to create that one, so which will be what? So which will be below our wallet screen, our card. Okay, so just need to come here and we put a comma. Okay, so we need to put a comma here, then we need to have a gap. So constant of what? Sized box. Okay, so constant of sized box. So this one gonna have a height of what? Of 24. Okay, so then we need to make sure that this is constant. So constant. Okay, So make like that. So now we need to create the quick action buttons. Okay, so we just need to come back to our widgets here, and then we need to create it here. So what we're gonna do, so this one will be what, so we're gonna name it wallet. So wallet quick actions. Okay, so quick actions dot that. So like that. So this one, it will be a stateless widget. So we're gonna say st, so the stateless widget here. So the name of this one, we're gonna say what, wallet quick actions. Then from there we need to import these ones. So we need to import them from here, from there. Gonna use the material. So then from there we need to have few callbacks here. So the one for adding funds and also for the transfer. So we're gonna say final. So final void callback. Okay, so void callback, this one. So we're gonna say on what, on add funds. Okay, so this one will be used when you're adding funds. So then you're gonna have the final void callback. So void callback here. So void callback. So this one gonna say on transfer. Okay, so on transfer, like that. So that is it. Then we need to pass them to our constructor here. So just need to come here and we add them. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, let me save this one. So then here we need to do what, so as you saw, we had them in a row. Okay, so we had the what, so we had the action button. So what we're gonna do, so before we do that, so we're gonna do what, we need to create the widget for our button. Okay, so the one for the button. So we're gonna say what, this one will be a stateless widget. So we're gonna say what, so we come here and we're gonna name it what, action button. Okay, so for that button you saw there. So then for this one, what we need to pass here, first of all, we need to do what, to have the icon. So you saw the icon data. So the icon data, you're gonna name it icon. So then from there, gonna have the string. So the string of what, of the label. Okay, so of the label, like that. Then from there, you're gonna say what, final. So final color. So we're gonna say color. So from there we need to have the callback. Okay, so void. So we're gonna say void. So void callback. Okay, so void callback, this is on top. Okay, when it is tapped on top, like that. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing, it is to pass in our constructor here. So just need to add that one there. So then from there, we don't want to have this super key. So then we need to save that one. So then after we do that, now we need to do what, we need to, because we want it to be tapped, so we're gonna use the inkwell. So the inkwell. Okay, so this widget, because we want to have that on top. So then from here we need to have what, on top. So on top, so when it is tapped here, we need to pass our callback. Okay, so we need to pass our callback there. Then the next thing that we need to have, it is the border radius of our what, of our inkwell. So we're gonna make sure it's circular. So we're gonna say border radius. So border radius dot what, so border radius, so border radius dot circular. So dot circular, like that. So we're gonna pass a value of what, 12. Okay, we don't want it to be more circular. So we're gonna say child. So the child here to be a container. So the container here, gonna say what, gonna say container. So container. So in the container, what you need first of all to have, it is padding. So we need to have a padding, so it should be constant of what, edge insets. So we're gonna say edge insets dot what, edge insets dot symmetric. Okay, so then we just need to have the vertical only. So we're gonna say vertical, gonna have a value of what, 16. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, decoration of our container. Okay, so decoration of our container, it is a box decoration. So box decoration. So then from there we need to have the color of our container. So which you're gonna say, we're gonna pass based on the color that is passed. Okay, so color, then we need to make sure that it has alpha. So the alpha of what, 0.1 multiplied by 255. Then you round it. Okay, you round it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the border radius. Okay, so we need to have the border radius. We need to make sure that it's circular. So border radius dot what, so border radius, so border radius dot circular, like that. Then we need to pass a value of 12 also. Then from there we need also to have the border. So to border all sides, so we're gonna say border. So border here will be based on the color of the container, so we're gonna say border. So we're gonna say border dot all, so all sides. So all sides here we need to do what? We need to have the color. So the color here will be what? Will be based on the color that is passed with the alpha. Okay, so with alpha, of what? So with alpha of 0.3, then you multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so like that. So you round it like that. So that is it. So then after you have done that, so we need to make sure that this one is inside the what? Gonna have that one there. Then also from here we need to close this one here. Okay, so that is it. So let us first of all save this one. So then after saving that one, now in the container we need to have what? So we have the part for the icon, and also we have the part for what? For the label. So this one we need to have them in the what? So the child here should be a column because they are in the column. Okay, so we're gonna say column. So column here we need to do what? We need to have the children. So the children here gonna have what? So the first one, it is the icon. So we're gonna use the icon widget. So we're gonna say icon. So then we need to have the color. So the color will be based on the color that is provided, and also the size. So the size will be what? We're gonna pass a value of that too. Then from there we need to have a gap. So we're gonna say constant. So constant of what? Sized box. Okay, so sized box. So we need to have a height. So the height of what? We need to have a height of, I'm gonna say height, so height of 8. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have what? The label. Okay, so this one will be a text, so we're gonna say label. Okay, so then from there we're gonna style it. So to style it, we're gonna say text style. So text style here. So what we need to do, we need to have the color. So the color will be based on the color that is passed. Okay, so I'm gonna say color. Then from there the font weight, I want it to be bold. Okay, so font weight, I'm gonna say font weight dot what? So font weight dot bold. Okay, so dot bold like this. So that is it. So now we need to use it in our what? In our so we're gonna use it in our what? In our method, in our main method here. So now to use it, just need to come where? We need to come here in our what? So here in the container. So instead of container here, we need to return a row because we want them to be in the same row. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have the children. So the children here will be what? So the children here gonna use expanded because we want them to have a good space there. So expanded based on their sizes. So expanded here. So the child will be what? So it will be our action button. Okay, so then from there for the icon, you're gonna say icons dot what? Icons dot add. Okay, so then from there for the label, so the label here gonna say what? Add fonts. Okay, so add fonts. Then for the color, so the color here gonna say colors dot, so colors dot green. Okay, so you can notice I'm not using our custom colors, so make sure that you use them. So on top here we need to call our on add what? On add fonts. Okay, so that is it. So then from there the next one that we need to have here, so let me save this one. So we need to have a gap between them. Gonna say constant. So constant of what? So constant of sized box. Okay, so sized box here we need to have a width. So width of what? Width of 16. Okay, so that is it. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to say expanded. Okay, so expanded like that. Then we're gonna say what? Gonna say action button. So we're gonna say action button. So then from there gonna say icons. So icons dot what? Swap. So we're gonna say swap horiz. So swap horiz. So there is that icon that is named like that. Okay, so then for the label, so the label here gonna do what? So this one we're gonna say transfer. Okay, so transfer like that. Then the colors, so here gonna say colors dot what? Dot blue. Okay, so then on top we're gonna pass on what? On transfer, not here. Gonna make sure that we do what? We go on transfer. Okay, so on transfer like that. So that is the what? So that is the method. So that is our what? Our action buttons. So we need to use them in the screen so that we'll be able to see. Okay, So just need to come here just below our what, so here just need to come here and you do what we call it. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet, so wallet actions. Okay, so wallet actions, what, quick actions. Okay, like that. So then from there, for on add funds, so this one we need to create this one. So we're gonna say show. So before we create that one, so first of all let us see whether we'll be able to see what we have done. So let us first of all pass them as empty, so that we'll be able to do what. So even this one, even though we need to create them, so we're gonna say what, so this one we're gonna pass like that. Then also we're gonna say what, gonna put it like that. Okay, so then after doing that you can do a hot reload, so that you'll be able to see the action buttons. So let us come here, so let me grab it, so you can see what we have built. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to handle the one that gonna add the funds. Okay, for transfer we won't implement it now, even though later we're gonna implement it. Okay, so now what we need to do here, so for adding funds, so we need to come here below, so just need to come outside the build. So then we need to have the method for what, so this one gonna say void, so void here gonna say show. So when you click it, we want to show the add funds bottom sheet. Okay, so add funds bottom, so bottom sheet. Okay, so the funds here, then this one will be an async, so because we need to wait some. So we're gonna say final, so final result is equals to await. We need to await our what, show model. Okay, our show model bottom sheet, this one. So then we want this one to be a bool, so this one gonna return true or false, so bool, like that. So then from there, so we need first of all to have semicolon here. Then I need to save this one first. So then for the builder here, so here first of all, before we do the builder, we need first of all to make sure that it's scroll controlled. Okay, so in our bottom, okay, so we're gonna say what is scroll controlled, this one we're gonna set it to true. Also the next one that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the background color. So the background color for our model, so this one we just pop from the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna say the background color here, we're gonna say colors dot what, I want it to be transparent, so we're gonna say transparent, like that. Then the next one we need to have here, it's dismissible. We want to set it to be what, to be false. Okay, so it's dismissible, dismissible. So this one is single, so then we're gonna set it what, gonna set it to false. Then also we're gonna set enable drag, we're gonna set it to false. Okay, don't want it to be draggable, so enable drag here, gonna set it to false. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, now we need to work on the builder. So the builder, we need to pass the context. So the context here, what we need to do, we need to return. Okay, so this one we're gonna say return. So what we need to return, we need to create a model. Okay, so we need to have the sheet that we want to show here. Okay, the one that will be responsible for processing the what, our adding funds. Okay, so now, so let us create that one first, so that we'll be able to do what, so that we'll be able to, you need to come here and we do what, so we need to create that folder, so that file, not folder. So this one will be responsible for, to make sure that we do what, we're gonna say add, so we're gonna say add funds, so add funds bottom sheet. Okay, so then we're gonna say what, dot. So then what we need to do before we create this one, so let me show you what we are going to build. So we need to come here in the interface. So here you can see this bottom sheet. So this one, you have the curved what, the top part of it, so it is curved. And then we have what, this part, so you can see that we have that part. So in this part we have what, so we need to put them in the column. Then we're gonna have this row. Also, we're gonna have the quick mount where you can be able to tap one of them and be able to do what, to use it instead of the one that gonna populate here, or you can have a custom there. So then we're gonna have the payment method, which we're gonna use secured by Stripe. So that is what we need to do. So let us go and we do what, and we work on that one. So we need to come back to our code so that we'll be able to do what, to work on that one. So what we need to do here, so before we do what we need to do here, I need to come to the data layer. So I need to have a service that will be responsible for adding what, gonna have it, the one that gonna add. So we need to create in the data layer. I'm gonna have the services folder. So I need to create a folder here. Then I'm gonna name it services. So then the services here, we're gonna do what, so this one we need to, the first one that I'm gonna have here is what, we're gonna have the services. Then we need to name it what, so the service that I need here is for Stripe. I'm gonna say Stripe. Okay, so Stripe payment service. Okay, so payment service dot. Okay, so that is it. So this one will be what, will be just be a simple thing. So we are gonna, so that this one gonna handle the Stripe SDK interaction. So then the architecture that we're gonna follow here is the service layer pattern, where we separate the service classes. So we're gonna encapsulate what, the Stripe SDK complexity. So here, so what we need to do here, the first thing that we're gonna do, I'm gonna register, do the dependency injection. So we're gonna say lazy singleton, because I want the moment it will be created only once when first needed, and then be shared across the entire application. So no need for multiple instances, so which it is memory efficient. Okay, so we're gonna say lazy singleton. So lazy singleton. So this one also you can use it also in the payment screen, so if you want. So then you're gonna say class, gonna say Stripe what, so we're gonna say Stripe, so Stripe payment, so Stripe payment here, so Stripe payment service, so payment service, like that. So then we need to initialize our what, so we're gonna have the, so what I'm gonna do here, so instead of typing all of that, so when you come to the screen here, so in the screen here we had what, we had that part for the Stripe, this one. Okay, so this method, so the one we had here. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to copy this try. Okay, also you can just copy it from the async. Okay, so that will be what, so I need to come here up to where, so that I'll be able to do some few changes to it. So we're gonna copy this one, all of that one. So then we need to come to our service. Okay, so to our service here. So here in the service, what we need to do, I'm gonna paste it here so that we'll be able to do some few changes. So as you can see, we have different things it is complaining about. So the first thing that we need to remove it is the set state, because in the service we don't want that one. So then from there we need to remove this one, so like that. So this one I want it to be an async method, so that we're gonna do what, so this one I'm gonna say, so this one should be there. So this one we need to say future. Okay, so future, this one gonna return what, so this one gonna return the future of what, so this one we need to make sure that it's type of wallet. So we're gonna say wallet, so the wallet, then we're gonna say wallet. Okay, so wallet there. Then also we're gonna say what, gonna also can return our what, string of the error if there is an error, so like that. So then from there we need to close it here. Then we're gonna name it what, add wallet, so add wallet funds. Okay, so with what, with the sheet. Okay, so with the sheet, so like that, sheet, with the sheet there. Then what we need to pass in this one, we need to pass what, gonna just have the amount. Okay, so required double, so double what, so double amount. Okay, so like that. So then from there, so we're gonna make sure it's an async. Then we need to import wallet here. Okay, so we need to import that entity, so like that. Then we need also to import what, the lazy singleton, so from the injectable. And also what I need to do, I need to import the stripe also here, so that we'll be able to do what, to have it like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so this one gonna add the funds to the wallet using the stripe payment. Okay, sheet. So the return type, we said it is what, the nullable of what, of the wallet, and also the error. Okay, so the reason why we need to use the try, so the reason why I'm using this one here instead of either try or whatever, so or the try or try cut, so in that 3.0 feature, so this one is a cleaner than the custom mode classes. Okay, so the named fields, wallet, and also the error, so the null safety built in, so and also it's more readable than tap. Okay, so now the flow that we're gonna follow, it is what, first of all, we're gonna, as I said in the previous sessions, so the thing that we're gonna do, so the user will request the payment intent from the backend. Okay, so then we're gonna initialize the stripe payment sheet, then we're gonna present the sheet to the user, then we're gonna wait for the payment confirmation, and then we're gonna fetch the updated what, wallet balance. Okay, so here the card details will be handled entirely by what, by stripe SDK. Okay, so that is it. So now what we need to do, first of all, we need to make sure that we import this one, so this theme mode here, so like that. So then what we need to do here in the try, before we initialize that one, we need first of all to have what, so the first thing that we need, it is the, to get what, so we need to request the payment intent. We're gonna say final, so final response, so final response here is equals to what, we're gonna say is equals to await. So what we need to await, before we await, first of all, we need to initialize what, we need to initialize the payment here, the remote data source. Okay, so that we'll be able to use it. So we're gonna say final payment remote data source, so payment remote data source. Okay, so payment remote, so remote data source, this one, the abstract method, so the abstract class, so then we're gonna name it what, remote data source, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we need also to create the constructor where we're gonna pass it there, so we need to create it as a final field there, so we need to create it like that. So that is it. Then the next thing that we need to do, so now we need to do what, so we need to have a gap there, so then we need to come here in the add what, so we need to say, so final response, we're gonna await here, so let me remove this one, so we're gonna say await. So what we need to await here, we need to await our remote data source, so that we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say remote data source, so we're gonna say remote, our remote data source here, so remote data source dot what, we need to add the wallet, so add wallet funds, so then the body, so we need to pass what, the amount, so the amount that will be passed here, so the amount, we're gonna be say what, the amount that will be passed when you call that method. So then we're gonna say the payment method, so the payment method, so remember the way the backend expects, so it expects payment method, so this one we just need to use the card here. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to put what, semicolon there. So what is happening here is that, so the backend gonna create the stripe payment intent, and it gonna return the client secret. Okay, so the reason why we have the client secret here, it just proves the backend authorized this payment. Okay, so the way I've been explaining it in the previous sessions. Okay, so then from there we need to check if we have the client we have the client secret. Okay, so this one we need to ensure we call the client secret, the reason being that we want to fail early, so we don't need to show the payment sheet if the backend call failed. Okay, so we're gonna say if the response here dot client secret. Okay, So dot client, so dot client secret here is equals to null, is equals to null here. If it is equals to null here, we need to do what? We need to return. So we need to return wallet. So the wallet here gonna pass null, and also the error. We need to have the error here. So we're gonna say failed. So failed to initialize. Okay, failed to initialize. So failed to initialize payment. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So then from there we need to do what? We need to put that one there. So then we need to do what? So we need to come here below. So now we have that one. So then the next thing, it is just to initialize our what? Our payment sheet. So we set up what? These things. Okay, so this one, we're gonna, the client secret, we're gonna get it from the what? So we're gonna say from the response. So here gonna say response. So from the response we need to get the client secret. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there, the mode, it is that one. So then the color, we pass it there. Okay, so that is it. So now I don't need to have the what for the shape, so we can have it or not. Okay, so let us have it there. So then from there we need to present the payment sheet. So this one, so this one gonna show the native Stripe UI for the card entry. Okay, so the reason why we use the native UI instead of the custom form is because to comply with the PCI DSS compliant. So that one is out of the box. Okay, so then the Stripe handles the card validation. We're gonna auto detect the card type. It has the built-in what? Error handling, supports the Apple Pay and also supports the Google Pay. So then also it is optimized for conversion. Okay, so then from there we need to have what? We need to have the delayed here. So and also gonna remove this one. Okay, so the delayed here, it is just to do what? We're gonna wait for confirmation, which, so the reason why we use what? So let me remove that one. So we wait here, gonna wait for milliseconds. So the milliseconds here, gonna say milliseconds. So the milliseconds here gonna use what? 1500. Okay, so that is 1.5 second. Okay, so I'm gonna say 1500. So the reason why we wait for 1.5 seconds here is the payment sheet dismisses immediately after success. So then webhook needs time to process on backend, and then we need to wait for the updates for database asynchronously. Then this one, the 1.5 seconds is usually enough for webhook to complete. Okay, even though you can have also alternative approaches, so like the polling, to call the API every 500 milliseconds until the status changes. Okay, so the WebSocket, so you can also use the WebSocket here for the real-time updates from what? Backend, and also the push notification. Okay, where the backend can notify what? Our client. Okay, so we just use the simple delay here. So this one is good, it's good enough for most cases. Okay, so and also it's the simplest to do what? To implement. Okay, so then after we wait that one, now we need to do what? We need to fetch the updated balance. So we're gonna say final. So we're gonna say updated. So updated wallet, okay, is equals to what? We're gonna say await. So we need to await the remote data source. So remote data source, or remote data source. So remote data source here. So remote data source dot what? Get wallet balance. Okay, so get wallet balance. So get wallet balance, like that. So then we can do like that. Then we need to do it. So we need to return success if there is no error. So just need to do it. We need to return. So what we need to return here, it is what? Wallet. Okay, so the wallet here gonna say what? Updated. Gonna pass the updated what? Updated wallet. Okay, so updated wallet, like that. Then we need to have the error. So the error here will be what? Will be null. Okay, because we are returning that one in our method. So like that. So make sure that you do it like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, so here in our Stripe exception, so we need to do what? I'm gonna create a custom method that we're gonna use to handle the Stripe exception. So that instead of what? So what we need to do here, we just need to convert the we need to convert the Stripe errors to user-friendly messages. So the error handling philosophy is that technical errors are scary to users, and we need to convert to clear, actionable messages. So we're gonna help the user to understand what to do next. Okay, so the Stripe error codes, we have the cancelled. So user clicked maybe X or the back button. So, and also you can also, it has what failed, so maybe the card declined, invalid card, and others. Okay, and also you can also have the timeout. So these are just the error codes. So network too slow, took too long, like that. Okay, so we need to have it the what, so we need to have them here. So we're gonna say string. So string here, gonna say handle. So we're gonna say handle Stripe, so Stripe error, like that. So this one we're gonna say Stripe exception. So Stripe exception. So we're gonna say Stripe exception here. So this one we're gonna name it what, error. Okay, so then we're gonna use the switch case. Okay, so that we'll be able to see them. So we're gonna say switch. So switch. So we're gonna say error dot what, error. Okay, so that is a Stripe whatever error. Then we're gonna get the code. Okay, so from there we need to do it. So error, like that. So then we need to have this switch case. So we want this one to add for us for the different what, missing switch case. Okay, so like that. So then for the failure code, like that. Okay, so we're gonna start with the what, the failed. Okay, so the failed here, gonna do what, so let me come here and we do what, so this one we do. So here it simply means that the payment failed. So this is either card issues, insufficient funds, or other. So we're gonna use the Stripe message. So obviously they know what went wrong. Okay, so we're gonna return. So we need to return error. So error dot what, error. So dot what, message. Okay, so message. Then if it is not there, just need to provide what, payment failed. Okay, so payment failed, like that. So that is it. So we're gonna put semicolon there. So then from there, so if it is cancelled here, we need to do what, we need to have what, so here we need to return the payment cancelled. Okay, so just payment cancelled, so cancelled, like that. So that is it. Then you put semicolon there. So but if it is timeout, so this is a network issue, so we need to do what, we need to come here and we say what, we're gonna say return. So what we need to return here is what, payment. So payment timed out. So please try again. Okay, so please try again. Then you put semicolon there. So then for the unknown, we're gonna use the default. So we need to have come here and we do what, we replace this one with a default. So this is something maybe unexpected happened. So maybe gonna use the what, localized message. Okay, so we're gonna return error. So the error, then we're gonna get from the error, we need to do what, gonna get the localized message. So but if it is not, we just need to do what, gonna say payment. So payment error occurred. Okay, so payment error occurred, like that. So that is it. So now we need to use it. So in our what, in our Stripe exception here. Okay, so here we cut it. Then we need to do what, we're gonna return. So we need to return here the wallet. Okay, so the wallet null and also the error. So the error we're gonna pass what, gonna pass our handle, gonna say handle, gonna say handle what, handle Stripe error. So for the error we're gonna pass that exception there. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, if it is another one, so what are you gonna do, if it is other one, we need to do what, we're gonna copy this one because we are returning that one. So then we need to do what, gonna come here and we will replace this one. So here we need to do what, so instead of this one for the error here, we need to do what, so gonna come here, I need to replace this one, the handle Stripe error. So like that. So we're gonna say here, we need to say payment. So payment failed. Okay, so payment So we're gonna say payment failed. So payment failed here, then we need to have the $sign. So then the $sign here, we need to do what? We're gonna say e dot, we need to get the exception here. So we're gonna say e dot to string. Okay, we need to make sure that it is a string, so like that. So that is it. So then from there we need to do what? We have what? So we need to make sure that you close it here. So you close it here. Okay, so that is it. So we are returning what? That type of what? So the return type that we are passing here is what? The record. Okay, so this is a record we are returning instead of what? So instead of tab. Okay, so that is what we did here. So this is a record. If you're not familiar with what? With that. Okay, so make sure that you are familiar with that. Okay, so now we need to come back to our what? So we need to use that one in our, so we need to come to use it in our screen, not in our screen, in our add funds here, so that it will be able, we're gonna use it to add funds. Okay, so now after we have done that, now the next thing we need to do it, this one will be a stateful widget. So we're gonna say stateful widget here. So this one we're gonna name it what? Add funds bottom sheet. Okay, so we need to do what? We need to, what we need to do here, first of all, we need to have the imports. So we're gonna import them. So from material.data. So then what will be passed in this method, in this what? In this widget. So we need to pass the amount. So we're gonna have a function that will be responsible for that. So we're gonna say function. So here function. So the function here, we need to do what? We're gonna have the double. So the double, and also so the double amount. Okay, so like that. And then we also to need the string for the payment method. So payment method. Okay, so payment method. So that is it. So then from there we need also to have what? Map of what? Map of string dynamic. Okay, so dynamic, so nullable. So then you're gonna say payment what? Payment details. Okay, so payment details, like that. So then from there, so payment details, then we need to make sure that this function is nullable. So here we need to do what? We need to name it on submit. Okay, so when you are submitting, we need to make sure that we provide that one. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to add it to our what? To our constructor here. So we're gonna do like this, then we initialize it there. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so I have saved that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here in the state. So here in the state here, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to have different variables here that we're gonna use. So the first one, we need to have the form key. So because this one will be a form, and for that part you saw that we are providing the amount. So we're gonna say form key. So the form key here is equals to what? We're gonna say global key. So global key, so we're gonna say global key. So then this one will be what? Form state. Okay, so form state, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so this one should be capital, not small. So we're gonna say form state there. So then from there, then the next thing that we need to do here, we need to have what? We're gonna have now the amount controller. Okay, so final amount controller. So amount controller, so is equals to what? Is equals to our text editing controller. That's how we need to initialize it. So text editing, so text editing controller. Okay, so controller, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need now to have our Stripe service. We need to initialize it here. So final, gonna name it Stripe service. So Stripe service. So Stripe service here is equals to what? We're gonna get it. So this one, remember, we need to we're gonna do what? So we need to make sure that you do what? You run the what? The one that we're gonna generate for that one. So we're gonna say Stripe payment. So Stripe payment service, this one. So like that. So then we don't want to pass it there like that. So we need to put it there. Then we need to put what? Semicolon there. Then we need to import get it from our injection container. so which we're gonna generate that one for that one. Okay, so that is it. So then the next one, we need to have some few flags here, and also variables. So we're gonna say string. So string here, we're gonna say what, the selected method. So because you can use multiple things to do what, to add funds to your what, to your wallet. So you can use even Stripe and others. So by Stripe and also PayPal if you want to implement it later. So then from there, so by default you're gonna have card. So then we're gonna say bool. So it's processing. So this one flag we're gonna use to track that one. So by default we're gonna set it to false. Then from there we need to have what, the string nullable for error message. Okay, so error message. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need also to have some few quick amounts. So the ones that we saw we can be able to select. So this one will be a list of what, so a list of double. So we need to make sure it's a list of double. So double what, we're gonna say quick. So quick amounts. Okay, so quick amounts here we need to do what, you can just pass in a number that you want. So 10, can have 25, can have 50, you can have 100, 200 and so on. Okay, the ones that you want. So we're gonna put it like that. So now after that we need to dispose our controller. So we're gonna say dispose. So we're gonna say dispose. Okay, so this one we just need to dispose what, our amount controller. Okay, so when it is no longer used, you need to make sure that you do what, you dispose it. Okay, so you dispose it like that. So that is it. So now we need to start working on the what, on the on here on this container. So here in this container, what we need to do here, we need to first of all to decorate our container. So decoration. So decoration here we need to use the constant of what, box decoration. So now after that one we need to say box decoration. So box decoration here. So this one we need to pass what, so the color. So the color will be colors dot what, so colors dot white. So colors dot white. Okay, so we want it to be white, and also we need to have the border radius. So as you saw in the border radius there on top, so just on top we had what, we had it circular. So we're gonna say border radius dot vertical. Okay, so we're gonna say border radius dot vertical. So border radius dot vertical. So this one, so for the vertical, so we need only to have the top. Okay, so in the top we just need to do what, we're gonna say radius. So radius dot what, radius. So radius dot circular. So dot circular gonna have a value of 20. Okay, so that is it. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, I'm gonna save that one. So now we need to have the child. So the child here will be what, we're gonna say child. So the child here to be what, so this one will be a column because we want them to be in the same column. So we're gonna say column. So then from there we need to occupy the minimum possible size. We're gonna say main axis size. So main axis size, we're gonna say what, main axis size dot what, so dot main axis. So main axis size, so main axis size here dot minimum. Okay, so now, so the first thing that we need to do after that, we need to have what, we need to have the child. Okay, so the children. So we're gonna say children. So here will be a list. So the first one that we need to do, so when you come here in the design, so we want to see what we have here. So as you can see we have this part. Okay, so this part is the one that we want to create, that one, and also we're gonna create this one. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have this header. So this we're gonna call it a handle. So we're gonna say call it a handle there. Then from there, so let us create that one. Okay, so what I need to do here, I'm gonna say, so you're gonna have build, we're gonna say build handle. Okay, so this is what we need to do. So we need to come out of the build. So this one we're gonna return a widget. So we're gonna say widget. So widget here, then we're gonna say build what, handle. So then we're gonna return what here. So this one we just need to return a container. So we're gonna say return container. Okay, so a container. like that. Then we need to put semicolon there. So then what we need to have here is the margin. So the margin, we want on it to have a gap from the top of it. So we're going to say edge insets. So edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot only. So only top, okay. Just want to have it top with a value of 12, okay. So that is it. So then the next one is what? We need to have the width of it. So the width of our container here. So this one we're gonna pass what? So this one I need to have a value of 40, okay. So then the height. So the height here I can have what? I want it to be with a value of 4, okay. Then we need to decorate it. So I'm gonna say decoration. So we need to have decoration here. So the decoration to be a box decoration. So box decoration. So the box decoration here. So we need to pass what? The color. So the color of our container. So that one is a gray. So we're gonna say gray. So the gray with what? 300, okay. So that is it. So then the next thing that we're gonna have it is the border radius. So border radius, we want to make sure that it is circular. So we're gonna say border radius dot circular with a value of 2, okay. So that is it. So now after you have done that, that is the head, okay. So the handle, okay. So then the next one that we need to do, we need to come here and we need to do what? So the next one that we need to have here is what? So we're gonna have a header now. That one header, the one that has the text. So we're gonna say build header. So build header here. So we need to do what? So we're gonna work on this one. So just need to come here below this one. You can just put anywhere you want. So this one. So this one we're gonna say widget. We're gonna say widget. So widget. So widget you're gonna say build header. So build header. So build header. So build header here gonna say what? So here we need to return. So what we need to return here is what? Gonna return padding. So we're gonna say padding. So here in the padding, the first thing it is that padding. So constant of edge insets. So edge insets dot all sides. Then we're gonna have a value of what? So a value of 24. Then from there we need to do what? We need to have the child. So the child here. So we're gonna have it as arrow, because the reason why the part that we are working on, let me show you. So that header. So is this part we have what? So this part we have this one, okay. So this one is it's a row. So we have a row. So we have this first widget, then here we have another widget that is in a column. So we have one on top and the other, and also we have this one cancel button, okay. So make sure that you are familiar with that place. What we need to do here, we need to do what? We need to have, first of all, we need to have the semicolon here. So then from there we need to have what? So in our row we need to have the children. So the children here. So then we need to do what? So this one we need to have, the first one we need to have a container, so that we'll be able to have that what? So that icon, okay. So we're gonna say padding. So constant of what? Edge insets. So edge insets dot what? Dot all sides. Then we're gonna say 12. So then the next one we need to have the decoration. So decoration will be a box decoration. So box decoration. So then from there we're gonna say what? We need to have the color. So the color gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot blue dot shade of 50, okay, like that. Then from there we're gonna have the border radius. So border radius, then you're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius. So border radius dot circular. So like that we're gonna have a value of what? 12, okay. So that is it. So let me save this one. So then after saving that one, now we need to have what? We need to have the child of our container here. So we're gonna say child. So the child here to be what? To be an icon. So we're gonna say icon. So we're gonna say icons dot what? Account balance. So account balance. So account balance wallet, okay. So account balance wallet there, and then we need to have the color of icon. So we're gonna say what? Be colors dot blue with a shade of what? Gonna have a shade of 700, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so in this row we have that part where we have what? The text, okay. So the two text, one on top of the other. So gonna have a gap first. So here we need to have a width. So the width that we need to have here, it is what, 16. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the expanded. Okay, so expanded. So expanded here, we're gonna use what? We're gonna use a column because we want them to be in the column. So we're gonna say column. So here in the column, what we need to have, it is what? First of all, we need them to start. Okay, so we're gonna say cross-axis alignment. So we're gonna say cross-axis alignment dot what? So we're gonna say cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so after we say that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children here, the first one we need to do is the text. So the text, you're gonna say what? Add funds. Okay, so then we need to style it. So to style it, we just use the text. We're gonna use theme. We're gonna say theme dot of what? So theme dot of context. So then we need to get what? The text theme. Okay, so text theme like that. Then we're gonna say title ads. Okay, so then we're gonna say what? Copy width. So what we need to change it is the font weight. So the font weight. So the font weight here. So we're gonna say font weight dot what? I want it to be bold. So we're gonna say font weight dot bold. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a, gonna save that one. So then from there we need to have what? We need to come below this one. So we need to have the next text. So text here, gonna say what? Gonna say top. So top up your what? So top up your wallet balance. Okay, so wallet balance like that. So that is it. So then we need to style it. So style it. Then we're gonna say theme dot. So we're gonna say theme dot of context. Okay, so then of context, then we need to do what? We need to get the text theme. Okay, so the text theme here, then we're gonna have the body medium. So body medium like that. So then we need to use copy width. Okay, so we're gonna change the color. So the color here will be what? Gonna say colors dot gray. Okay, with a value of 600. So that is it. So then we need to save this one. Okay, so after doing that, now we can be able to do what? Now to have the part for that icon button, the one that is in the end of that row. So we need to come here. So icon button, want it to be clickable. So and when you click it, we just need to remove it. So we're gonna say when pressed here, we need to do what? So here we need to just pop. Okay, so navigator. So navigator dot pop. Okay, so dot pop. So then we pass the context there. So then from there, then for the icon. So for the icon here, we need to do what? We need to say constant. So constant of what? Icon. So then we're gonna say icons. So icons dot what? Dot close. Okay, so that is that one that you saw there at the end. Okay, so icons dot close like that. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, now we need to, so still in the same column. So what we need to do have here, we need to have flexible because I want to have scrollable. I want to have the other part scrollable. So we're gonna say the child here. So the child here, gonna use what? Single child scroll view. So single child scroll view like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do here, we need to have padding. So we're gonna say padding. So padding here, so this one we're gonna say edge insets. I want only. So edge insets dot only. So only we're gonna have what? Bottom. So the bottom, so this one will be based on the media query. So we're gonna say media query. We want it to be responsive. So we're gonna say media query. Okay, so media query dot of context. So of context, then we need to do what? We need to get the view sets. So we're gonna say view insets, then dot bottom. So dot bottom, then you need just to make sure that we add what? 24 there. Okay, so that is it. So then the next one that we need to have is what? So we need to have the left. So the left here, so the left side we're gonna have a value of 24, and also even in the right. Okay, so even the right side we can have a value of 24. Okay, so let me save this one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so still in the single child scroll view, so we need to have the child. Okay, so we're gonna say child. So child here, gonna say what? So this one will be a form. Okay, so the form, so the form here, so the form widget, because we want to have some few fields here. So this one we need to return a column as a child. Okay, so then we want to make sure that everything starts. So we're gonna say cross access element, then cross access element dot what? So cross access alignment dot start. So also we need to have the form key. So let me save this one first. So then we need to have the form key. So we're gonna save the key here. So we're gonna say key. So key is equals to what? Is equals to form key. Okay, we're gonna say form key, the one that we created there for with the global key. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here and we have what? The children. Okay, so the children here, so in the children here we need to do what? We need to have the, so the first one that we want to work on, so let us see what it is, so that we'll be able to do what? To know. So what we need to work on it is this part for the quick actions. So this one will be the quick what? So the quick amount. Okay, so this is what we need to build, where when you click it, it's selectable, then we show the icon. Okay, so like that. So then it will be passed here. So then now we need to do what? To come here in the code. So we work on that one. So this one we're gonna name it what? Build quick. So build quick what? So quick amounts. Okay, so quick amounts here, like that. Then we do put that comma there. So to build that quick action, quick amounts here, we need to do what? We need to come here. So this one will be a widget. So we're gonna say widget. We're gonna say widget. So widget. Then we're gonna say build quick what? So quick amounts. So quick amounts here. So then from there, so we need to return a what? So we need to return a column, because we want to have the title. So we're gonna say return column. Okay, so we're gonna return column here. So then we need to put semicolon there. So then after you have done that, now the next thing it is what? We want to make sure that everything it will start. So cross access alignment, then we're gonna say cross access alignment dot what? So cross access alignment dot start, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the text for that title. So we're gonna say text. So this one we're gonna say what? Quick actions. Okay, so quick amount. So then from there we need to do what? We need to style it. So to style it here, we're gonna say what? Theme. So theme of what? So we're gonna say theme dot of what? Of context. Okay, so theme of context. So then we need to get what? Text theme. So the text theme here. So then from there we need to get the title small. So title small, that one. So then we're gonna have copy width. So copy width, we're gonna change the font weight. Okay, so we need to have the font weight of 600. Okay, so we're gonna say font weight. So font weight dot weight of what? 600. Okay, so that is it, like that. Okay, so it looks like that. So where do we have an error? So it is complaining about what? Too many. So it simply means you have passed where it is not supposed to be. Yeah, so this one should be in what? In the children. Okay, so we need to have children here. So let me cut it. So children here. So then we're gonna do what? We need to paste it here. So that is it. So that is the part for the what? For the text. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap. So we're gonna say sized box. Okay, so sized box here gonna have a height of what? Height of 12, like that. So now we need to have that part for the those chips. Okay, so what we're gonna use here is a wrap widget. So the wrap widget. So now in this wrap widget we need to have the spacing. So the spacing here we're gonna have a value of 8, and also we're gonna set the run spacing also. So the run spacing, so run spacing here, so we're gonna pass a value of 8, and then the next thing that we need to have it is the children. So the children, so this one we don't want to use that style, so we need to return. So we're gonna say quick amounts, so then we need to map them. So what we need to map them, so then we need to do it. So for every amount, okay, so for every amount here, what we need to do, we need to work on it. So we need to return in our chip, okay. So we're gonna say return, gonna say choice, so the choice chip, okay, so this widget, okay, so choice, so the choice chip, this one. So for the label, so this one will be a text, okay, so the text then will be based on what, so we're gonna put that one backward slash, then we're gonna have the $sign, then we need to get the amount, okay, so the amount then to string as fixed, okay, so to string as fixed, so with a value of 2 there, okay, so that is it. So now the next one, it is what, when it is selected, so when it is selected here, we need to add it to our amount control, okay, so we want that controller to hold that data, the one that is selected. So we're gonna say amount.text, so is equals to what, is equals to the amount that is being selected, okay, so to string as fixed, so not to string, we're gonna make sure it's to string, okay, so not to string as fixed, so to string like that, okay. So then from there, the next thing, it is on selected. When it is selected here, so what we need to do is just to update the state. So we're gonna say selected, so the one that is selected here, we need to update the what, we're gonna say if selected, if it is selected here, so if it is selected here, we need to do what, so we need to set the state, okay, so we're gonna say set state, so we're gonna say the set state like that. So what we need to do here, we need to make sure that the amount controller dot text, so the amount controller dot text, so the text that the controller has will be our amount dot what, the one that is selected, then to string, okay. So then also we need to update the what, the error message, so the error message, okay, so the error message, so this one we're gonna set it to null, okay, so that is it. So then we need to make sure that we do what, we convert it to list, okay, so just come here and then you set to list, okay, so to list like that, so that is it. So then this one will be what, selected, we need to make sure that we pass selected there, so that is it. So then also we need to have what, we need to have semicolon there. So that is the part for what, for the quick actions, so the ones that will be like that, okay, so the one that will be used for that one. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, now we need to have the part for that text field, the one that is going to be what, so we need to come here and you're gonna say, first of all, we need to have a gap, so constant of what, sized box, so sized box, then we need to have a height, okay, so the height of what, gonna have a height of 20 like that. So let me save this one. So then from there, so we need also to have what, gonna say build, so this one we're gonna say build what, so build the amount field, okay, so build the amount field, so the amount field here gonna say what, so the amount field, okay, so build the amount field there. So then we need to create this one, the one that gonna have what, gonna have the amount, okay, so we need to make sure that it looks like that. So the part that we want to build, so let me show you that we'll be able to see it. So it is this part for what, for the amount here, okay, so that is what we need to have. So let us come back to our what, to our code. So what we're gonna do, so we need to build that one, so we need to come here, so this one will be responsible for getting that one. So we're gonna say widget, so we're gonna say widget, so widget, then we're gonna say build, so build amount field, okay, so build amount field, So build amount field like that. So then from there we need to do what? We need to come here, and then we're gonna do what? So here we need to return. I'm gonna return our custom text field. So we have that one, custom text field. Okay, so this one. So for the controller, we're gonna pass our amount what? Our amount controller. Okay, so then for the label, so the label here be what? Custom. So we're gonna say custom text. So custom what? Custom amount. Okay, so custom amount like that. Then from there we need to have what? We need to have the prefix. So the prefix here we need to do what? Do we have the prefix? Let us see if we have the prefix what? So the prefix icon. So the prefix only. So what we're gonna do? So we need to do what? So what I'm gonna do in this, instead of having this custom, so I need to create another one so that we'll be able to have the prefix text. So we're gonna come here, gonna use, so we need to come here. So this one we will return what? We need to return the custom, not custom, we need to return the text field. Okay, so widget, so text field, so text field. So we could have gone there to add it, but it will give us a lot of time here. So we're gonna have that controller. So the controller here will be what? Will be our, not that one. So controller. So controller here will be what? So this one will be the amount controller. So the amount controller. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have the keyboard type. So the keyboard type here. So the keyboard type, we're gonna make sure it's a text, it's a number. So text input. So text input type. So text input type dot what? Dot number. Okay. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to have it is what? The decoration. Okay. Decoration of our text. So we're gonna say decoration here. So we're gonna say input decoration. So input decoration. So then we need to have what? The label text. So this one we're gonna say what? Custom amount. So now, so the amount here should be capital. So we're gonna say amount. So then from there we need to style it. So now to style it, we need to have what? We need to have the prefix text. Okay, so you can see we have different ones. So here we need to do what? We need to have the $sign. So we're gonna say $sign there. Then we need to have a gap. So make sure that you put it like that. So then from there we need to have the border. So the border of our text field. So we're gonna say border. So border here will be what? Outline input border. Okay, so outline. So we're gonna say outline input border. So outline input border there. So then from there we need to do what? We need to have the border radius. So border radius, then we're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular, like that. Then we're gonna have a value of what? 12. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have field. So the text that we want it to be filled, we're gonna set it to true. And then the field color, so the field color here we're gonna say what? So this one we're gonna say colors dot gray. Okay, so colors dot gray of what? 50. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so let me save this one first. So then still in the text field we need to validate. So just come here and you say what? Validator. So the validator here, so we need to make sure that we are in what? In the text field. Okay, so we're gonna say validator. So we're gonna say validator. So the validator here, so what we need to do here, we need to pass the value. So this one should make sure that we have what? So like that. So why is it complaining? So this one should not be text field, this one should be text form field. Okay, so that we're gonna have the validator. So we're gonna say text form field. Okay, form, so form field. Okay, so like that. So make sure that we have like that. So then for the value, so what we need to have here, we're gonna say if the value, so if the value is equals to what, is equals to null, or so if the value is equals to null, or the value dot is empty. So if it is null or empty, so we need to do what, we need to tell the user to enter. Okay, so we're gonna say return, we're gonna say please, so please enter an amount like that. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to do what, to make sure that we convert it first of all. So we're gonna say final amount, so is equals to double. So we need to pass it. So we're gonna say try pass. So try pass here, then you're gonna pass the value that is being passed there. So then we need to put a semicolon there. So now we have the amount. So we need to check if the amount here, so if the amount here is equals to what, is equals to null, if it is equals to null, or the amount, so we're gonna say or what, so if the amount, so amount is less than or equal to 0. Okay, if it is less than or equal to 0, we need to do what, we need to return please. We're gonna say we need to return please enter what, so please, so please enter what, so please enter valid amount. Okay, then you put semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So we need to check if the amount here is less than 1. If it is less than 1, we need to do what, we need to come here, and then we need to return. So we're gonna say minimum, so minimum amount, so minimum amount is what, this dollars. Okay, so we're gonna say dollars, then we're gonna say 1.00. okay, so that is it. So then you do like that. Okay, so now the next one is what, if the amount is greater than 10,000, so we need to make sure that what, the maximum, if it is greater than that one, so we're gonna say if the amount is greater than 10,000, so if it is greater than 10,000, or you can set the one that you feel it's okay. So then you're gonna say return, so return maximum. So we're gonna say maximum amount is what, gonna have the dollar sign there, then you're gonna say what, $10,000 like that, then you put semicolon. But if it is not in those, if it qualifies for the above, you just need to return what, null. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now the next one, it is what, when it is changed. Okay, so on changed. Okay, so when it is changed here, so we need to do what, we need to get that value. Okay, so then that value, what we need to do, we need to set the state. So we're gonna say set state. So set state here. So what we need to do, we need to have the error message. So the error message, so the error message here, so this one should be what, should be underscore there. So the error message, okay, so the error message here, gonna set it to what, gonna set it to null. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to put what, we need to put that semicolon there. So that is it. So then also you need to make sure that you put comma here, so that error will disappear. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, now you can be able to do it. So now we need to have the next part. So the next part is what, so the part that we are building it is what, so it is this one. So that part for what do we call it, so this part for the payment method, to select the payment method. If you want to have multiple, you can do that. Okay, so that is it. So then, so I just need to have the card there. So we need to do it. So for us to be able to have the card there, you need to come here below this one. So we need to do what? So this one, we're gonna build the payment payment method selector. So we're gonna say widget, not widget, we're gonna say build. So build payment, so build payment method selector. So method selector, so like that. So we're gonna put it there. So we need to do what? We need to, I'm gonna copy this one. So then I'm gonna come just below here, and then from here we need to do what? We need to say widget. So widget here. So widget, I'm gonna paste that one there. Then we need to do what? We need to come here. So here we need to return a column. Okay, so we're gonna return a column. So column, because we want to have a text and also the part for selecting. So we need to come here. So first of all, we need to have the cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment, then we're gonna say cross-axis alignment dot what? So cross-axis alignment dot start, like that. So then the next thing that we need to have it is the children. So the children here, gonna say what? So here we need to have a text. Okay, so we're gonna say payment method. So payment method, so then we need to style it. So so then it will be theme of dot what? Of context. So then we need to do what? We're gonna say text theme. Okay, so text theme, then we need to get what? We need to get the title small. So title small, like that. Then we need to call the copy width dot copy width. So copy width, then we need to do what? To change the font weight. Okay, like that. Then we're gonna say font weight dot what? Weight of 600. Okay, so now still in this column, so what we need to do, we're gonna save that one. So we need to have a gap. So we need to have a gap here, and we're gonna say what? Constant of what? Sized box. Okay, so sized box here. So sized box here, you need to have a height of what? Gonna have a height of 12. So height of 12, like that. Then from there we need to do what? We need to come here below, and then we're gonna have a container. So we're gonna have a container. So container, like that. So container, so like that. So then we need to have the decoration for our container. So decoration, we're gonna say box decoration. So we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration, then we need to do what? We need to have the border. So the border here, you're gonna say what? Border dot all. So border dot all. Okay, so border dot all, then we're gonna have the color. So the color, we're gonna say colors dot what? Dot gray. So then we're gonna have what? A value of 300. Okay, so then we need to make sure that we have that one there. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, so now we need to have the border radius. So border radius, so we're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot what? Dot circular with a value of 12. Okay, so that is it. So let me save this one. Then from there we need to have the child of our container. So we're gonna say child. So the child here to be a radio list tile. So we're gonna say radio list. So radio list tile. So like that. So then from there we need to have what? We need to make sure that this is a type of what? String. Okay, like that. So then the value here, we're gonna say what? So this one will be a card. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we're gonna say we're gonna have the group value. So group value here, you're gonna say what? Gonna pass the selected. So the selected method. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have unchanged. Okay, so unchanged, then we're gonna say what? So here we need to pass the value to get that value. Okay, so that value, so the one that will be passed here, so value, so we're gonna make sure that we spell it well, value there. Then we're gonna do what? So in this value, what we need to do, we need to come here and we pass, we're gonna say set state. Okay, so set state here, like that. Then we need to do what? So here we need to come here and we say the selected method. So the selected method is equals to the value. Okay, so the value, then we need to make sure it's not null there. And then from there, the next one that we need to do, the error message here, gonna do it. So the error message here will be null. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, after you have done that, we need to put semicolon here, and then from there we need to also to have what, so we need to have the title. So the title here, gonna say what, to be a text widget. So text, we're gonna say what, so this one we're gonna say credit, so credit stroke what, debit. Okay, so debit card. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the subtitle here. So the subtitle here gonna say what, constant of what, constant of text. So then you're gonna say secured by what, secured by stripe. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here and you do what, secondary. So the secondary there, we're gonna say constant of what, icon. So this one will be icons dot what, so icons dot credit, so credit card. Okay, so like that. Let me save this one like that. Okay, so that is it. So that is the method for what, for building the method select. Okay, so then from there, the next one, it is what, we need to have the method for, so here below. So what we need to build, let us come to the design here, and we do what, we check what we are building. So we have that part for what, for the card information. Okay, so where we have what, where we have the, we have this one, this information, this is what we need to do. Okay, so we need to create that one. So let me come back here like that. Then we need to do what, we need to come here. So this one we need to check if you have what, first of all we need to have a gap. So we're gonna copy this one, so we're gonna copy this one here. Okay, and also even gonna put it here, and I'm gonna put it also here. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to do what, we need to check if we have the selected, if the selected method, so if the selected method, so selected method is equals to card. If it is equals to card, here we just need to do what, we need to build the card info. Okay, so build card info. Okay, so like that. Okay, so that is it. So we need to create this method. So just copy this one, and then you're gonna come here. So gonna come and put it here. So I'm gonna say this one gonna return what, a widget. Okay, so gonna say widget. So widget here, gonna paste that one. So like that. Okay, so we're gonna say build card info. So build card info. So that is it. So then from there, so what we need to do here, so this one, because it looks like the one that we had in the payment screen, so we had a place where we passed what, so this part for putting that data. Okay, so this one we need to make sure that we return as a what, as a column. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this column. Okay, so where it ends, so it ends here. Okay, gonna copy that one, so I'm gonna use it here. So here we just need to do it. So we're gonna say return, so return here, then I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, so that is it. So let me save that one. So then from there, now we need to work on the what, on the button. Okay, so before we work on the info card, so not info card, so before we work on the button, first of all we need to check if we have errors. So we're gonna say if error message, so if the error message here, if it is true, so if it's not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null, if this is true, so we need to do what, to build the error ban. Okay, so we're gonna say build, so build the error ban. Okay, so that is it. So we need to create this one, the error ban, so which you're gonna come here below. So we need to do what, we're gonna say widget, so widget, then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say build, so build error banner. Okay, so the error banner there. So here we need to do what? So here you need to, what we need to do, we need to return a container. Okay, so the container, here, then we need to put semicolon there. So then we need to come here. So the first one, it is the margin. So the margin here, it will be what? Constant of what? Edge insets. So we're gonna say edge, so edge insets, so edge insets dot what? Dot only. Okay, so dot only top. So the top, we're gonna have a value of what? 16. Okay, so that is it. So then the next part, it is what? We're gonna have the padding. So padding here, we're gonna say constant of what? Edge. So we're gonna say edge, so edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot all. Okay, all sides. Okay, so then you're gonna have a value of 12. So then the next one, it is decoration for a container. So the decoration, so this one, we're gonna say, gonna start with the box decoration. So box decoration here, so box decoration here, we need to have what? We need to have the color. So the color here, gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot red. Okay, so with a shade of what? Shade of 50. Okay, so shade of 50, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the border radius. So we're gonna say border radius, so we want it to be circular, so we're gonna say border radius dot what? So border radius dot circular, so border radius dot circular, like that. Then you're gonna pass a value of 12. Okay, so then from there we can pass here a value of 8 instead of 12, so like that. So then from there we need to have what? Border. Okay, so border here, we need to border all sides, so border all sides. Okay, so we're gonna say border dot all, so border dot all. Then you're gonna say what? Color. So the color here, you're gonna say colors dot red, so colors dot red with what? With a shade of what? We need to have a shade of 200, like that. So that is it. So then from there, so let me save this one first. So from there we need to have what? We need to have the child. Okay, so the child for container here, so we're gonna say child, so the child here, so this one will be a what? So this one will be a row. So the row here, we need to do what? We need to have the children. So the children here, gonna have what? The first one, you're gonna have an icon. So then you're gonna say icons dot what? Route train, like that. Then you need to have the color. So the color will be colors dot red. So colors dot red dot with a shade of what? I want it to be more concentrated with a shade of 700. Okay, so then also gonna say size. So the size here will be what? 20, like that. Okay, then from there we need to have what? So we need to have a gap. So constant of what? Sized box. So constant of sized box. Then we need to have a width. So width here, so the width here gonna pass a value of what? 12. Okay, so that is it. So let me first of all save this one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a what? So now we need to have the error. Okay, so we're gonna say expanded, gonna use the expanded widget here. So we need to do what? So this one, we need to have the child will be a text. So the text you're gonna say what? We're gonna pass the error message. Okay, so the error message, so which should not be null there, so we need to style it. So to style it, you're gonna say text style, so text style. Then we're gonna do what? So here we need to have the color. So the color, gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot red dot shade of what? Shade of 700, like that. And then from there, gonna have the font size. So font size, gonna pass a value of 14. Okay, so that is it. So this one should be capital, so we're gonna say colors, like that. Okay, so that is it. So then I'm gonna save that one to organize it like that. Okay, so that is the what? That is the part for error banner. So now we need also to have to come here. So now that we're gonna have that button, the button that we're gonna use to submit. So just need to come below this one. So we're gonna paste it here, so like that. So then just below this one, we need to have what? We need to have the build. gonna say build button, build submit button, build submit button, okay, like that. So then we need to work on this one. So this one will be what we're gonna use the gonna come here and you do what, so just need to come here. So here we need to say what, widget. So widget here gonna say build, so build, so gonna say build submit button, so submit button, like that. So that is it. So then we need to do what, we need to come here. First of all, we're gonna return the sized box. So we're gonna say sized box, so sized box there, then we need to put semicolon there. So then from there we need to do what, we need to come here. So we need to have the width. So the width I wanted to occupy the available width. So we're gonna say double, so double dot what, so double dot infinity, so infinity, like that. So then we need to do what, so the child here will be what, so the child here will be elevated button, okay, so elevated, so our elevated what, elevated button. So now after we have done that, now we can be able to do it. So when it is pressed here, what we need to do, we need to check if it is processing. Okay, first of all, we need to check if it is processing. Okay, so if it is processing here, just need what, to do nothing. So but else we're gonna do what, we're gonna handle submit. Okay, so we need to handle that one. Okay, so we're gonna say handle submit. So we need to create that method, so for that purpose. Okay, so then after we do that, we have what, so make sure that this is processing, it's similar to what we have here. So this one should be underscore, so make sure that we do it like that. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now for the child here, we need to first of all to check if it is processing. So if it is processing, here will be what, constant of what, sized box. So sized box, so we're gonna have a height of what, 20, and also width of 20. Okay, so width of 20, so like that. Then from there we need to have what, we need to have the child, so which will be the circular progress indicator, like that. Okay, so else if it is not processing, we need to have a constant of what, text. Okay, so this text we're gonna say add funds. Okay, so that is it. So now, so let me save that one. So now we need also to style our what, our button. So just need to come here and then we're gonna say style. So the style here we need to say elevated button, so elevated button, so elevated button dot what, dot style from. So then we need to have padding, so we're gonna say constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets dot what, dot symmetric. So we're gonna have the vertical, so the vertical here gonna have what, a value of 16. Okay, so then from there we need to have the shape of our button, so which we're gonna have it as a rounded rectangle border, so like that. Then we need to say border radius will be what, border radius dot circular. Okay, border radius dot circular, like that. Then you can have a value of 12. Okay, so now after you have done that, now we can do what, now we need to handle this submit button. So we need to come here, so this one will be responsible for submitting. So you just need to say future, so we're gonna say future void. So this one we're gonna say handle submit. Okay, like that. So that is it. So we need first of all to check if our form key is valid. So we're gonna say if the form key is not valid, so the current state, so current state here, then if we validate it's not valid, so we just need to return. Okay, so like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the amount. So first of all, we need to convert it to double. So final amount here is equals to double, so double dot pass. Okay, so dot pass, then we need to get it from the what, from the controller, so dot text. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to set the state here, so we're gonna say set state. So what we need to do here, we need to say is processing, we're gonna set it to true. So we're gonna set it to true, like that. Then the error message here, the error message will be what? So this one will be null. Okay, so like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, now we need to check. So we need to do some try, and so here we're gonna say if the selected method, so if the selected method here is equals to card, so if it is equals to card here, we need to do what? We need to process. Gonna process the we're gonna say what? We're gonna say process. Gonna say process card top up. Okay, so we need to create this method, so the one that will be responsible for that, for card processing. So we're gonna come here. So the first thing that we're gonna say future, so future void. So future void here, gonna say what? Process. So process card top up. So top up like that. So then we need to do it. So what we need to pass it is the double amount. So double amount. Okay, so this one will be an async method. So like that. Okay, so the first thing we need to check if it is not mounted. Okay, so if it is not mounted, we just need to do it to return. Okay, so we're gonna return like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to show the loading overlay. Okay, so the one that gonna show that we are processing, which we're gonna do it. So when you come here in the design, you can see we have this one with the circular progress indicator and also this information there, so it's in the same column. Okay, so we need to do it. So let us come back here and we create that one, so that overlay. So we're gonna create it here in the what? Still in our widget. So we're gonna say payment. So payment processing overlay. Okay, so payment processing overlay. So dot. Okay, so this one will be a stateless widget. So st. So we're gonna do what? So this one we're gonna say payment processing overlay. Then from there we need to do what? We need to have it like that. So then what we need to pass it is the title. So we're gonna say final string message. So we're gonna have string of what? Message. And also we need to have the final string nullable of what? Of subtitle. Okay, so subtitle like that. So that is it. Now we need to pass it to our constructor here. We do like that. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here in the container. So here in the container, we need to have the color of our container. So the color here, we're gonna say colors dot black 54. Okay, so black 54 like that. So this one should be capital. So colors dot 54. Then for the next part is what? We need to have the child for our container. So this one will be what? We're gonna say it's a center. We want to center everything. So then we need to have what? Card. Okay, so the child here will be what? I'm gonna say child here will be to be a card widget. Okay, so the card here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a margin. So margin here, gonna say edge insets dot all. So edge insets, so dot all. Then we're gonna have a value of what? Gonna just have a value for that too. Then we need to have the child for a card. So here we're gonna use what? Padding. Okay, so we're gonna say padding. So we're gonna say padding like that. So then this one will be what? Edge insets dot what? Edge insets. So edge insets dot all. So the value of what? That 2. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So the child here will be what? Will be a column. Okay, so we're gonna say a column there. Then we need to make sure that it occupies the minimum size. So we're gonna say main axis what? Main axis. So main axis what? Main axis size. So main axis size dot what? Dot minimum. Okay, so that is it. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children here gonna do what? So this one we're gonna say the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the constant of what? So constant of the circular progress indicator. So as you saw, we have the circular progress indicator like that. Then we need to do what? We need to have a gap. So we're gonna say constant of what? Sized box. So sized box. Then we need to have a height. So height of what? 24. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have a text. So the text here gonna have a message. Okay, so then we're gonna say style. So style here gonna say theme. So theme dot of what? Of context, like that. Then we're gonna say what? Text theme. So text theme, like that. Then we're gonna say title large. Next we need to align our text. So we're gonna say text align. So text align. So this one we're gonna say text align dot what? So text align dot center. Okay, so that is it. So let me save that one. So like that. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come below this one. So we need to check if we have subtitle, so which we don't want it to be what? To be required. So we're gonna say if the subtitle, so if subtitle is not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null here, we just need to do what? To use the spread operator to add it. So we need to come here and we say what? First of all, we need to have a gap. So sized box. So sized box here, gonna say what? A height. So the height of what? 8. Okay, so then we're gonna say text. Okay, so text, then we need to pass the subtitle. So subtitle, which we're gonna make sure it's not null there. Then we need to have the style. So the style, then we're gonna say theme. So theme dot of what? Dot of context. Okay, so dot of context, then we're gonna say text theme. So text theme dot body medium. So dot body medium, then we need to change some few things. So copy width, then gonna change the color. Okay, so the color here gonna say colors dot what? Dot gray of 600. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to align it in the center. Okay, so we're gonna say what? So we need to come here and we say text align. So we're gonna say text align dot what? So text align dot center, like that. So let me save that one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have that part for what? So still in the same what? So we are still in the column. So we have it where? So we have the column. Okay, yeah, so still in the column here, just below this one. So we need to have a gap. So sized box. So we're gonna say height of what? Height of 16. So then from there we need to have a row. Okay, so that is that part for. So first of all, we need to make sure that they are centered. So main axis alignment dot center. So then from there, the next thing it is the what? It is children. So then we're gonna say icon. So we're gonna say icons dot what? Icons dot lock outline. Okay, so lock outline. So lock outline, like that. So then from there we're gonna have the size. So the size we're gonna have a value of 16, and then we're gonna have the color. So the color we're gonna say colors dot what? Dot gray. Then we're gonna have a value of what? 600. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So then from there we need to have a gap. So we need to have a gap of what? So still in the same row. So just come here and you say what? Constant sized box. So sized box here we're gonna do what? We need to have a width. So the width we're gonna pass a value of 8. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have a text, the one that is saying secure payment what? Payments processing. Okay, so like that. Then we need to style it. We're gonna say style it. So here we're gonna say theme. So theme dot of context. Okay, so theme dot of context. Then we need to do what? We need to say text theme. So text theme, then we're gonna say body small. So body small, like that. So then we need to use copy width. So copy width here gonna say what? Color. So the color here gonna say what? Colors dot. So colors dot gray. So we need to make sure that it is capital. So we're gonna say colors. So colors dot gray. Okay, so then we're gonna pass a value of what? 600. Okay, so that is that part for what? For the secure payment. Let me save that one so that to arrange it like that. Okay, so then we're gonna have some few helper methods here. So what we need to do, we need to make sure that we're outside the container. So the build, so we're gonna say static. So static void. So this one we're gonna name it show. So what we need to do here, we're gonna pass the build context. So which we're gonna name it context. Then from there we're gonna have the required. So required string. so string message, okay. So and also string of what, so string nullable here. So we're gonna say string nullable here, gonna say what, subtitle, okay. So we're gonna have it like that. So then from there we need to show dialog, okay. So when this one is called, we're gonna show dialog here, this one. So then the context, the builder. So the builder here gonna do what, so this one we need to pass the context, okay. So what I'm gonna return here, it is the will pop scope. I'll say will pop scope. So this one, the child here gonna pass what, our payment processing overlay, okay. So then we need to move it to the end of the child, gonna move it like what, so we need to move it to that one, okay. So then from there we need to have the on will pop scope. So this one is a method, so we need to do what, we're gonna say async. So async, then we're gonna do what, so what we need to do, we're gonna set it to false, okay. So that is it. So let me first of all do what, so here we need to have what, we need to have the semicolon. So then we're gonna save that one. Then the next thing that we need to have here is what, subtitle, okay. So subtitle, gonna pass the subtitle there, okay. That is it. So then from there we need to make sure that it is not dismissible when you click it. So you click on the sides, so we're gonna say barrier, so we're gonna set it to false, okay. So that is it. So then for the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that gonna hide. So we're gonna say static, so static void, so we're gonna say hide. So this one accept what, build context, we're gonna name it context, okay. So then you need to do what, so this one just navigate, so we're gonna say navigator, so navigator dot what, so dot of context, okay. So of context, then we need to do what, gonna pop, so just need to pop it like that, okay. So that is it. So now we can be able to use it in our what, in our here in our method for this one. So we said what, so first of all, if it is mounted, so if it is not, just need to show this one, so the payment processing, okay. So payment processing overlay. So then from there we're gonna overlay dot show, so we need to call that one show. Then from there for context we pass context, then the message here we're gonna say processing, so processing payment, okay. Gonna say processing payment like that. So then from there gonna have the subtitle, so the subtitle here gonna say what, please, so please wait while what, while, gonna say while we process, okay. So while we process your payment, process your payment, okay. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need first of all to put semicolon here, then I'm gonna save this one. So then we're gonna come here below. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to try. So we're gonna say try. So this one might end up to an error, that's why we put it in a try. So we're gonna say final result, okay. So we're gonna say await. What we need to await, it is our Stripe service. So our Stripe service dot what, dot add wallet, that one. So the amount, we're gonna pass the amount there. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is mounted. If it is not mounted, we just do what, gonna copy this one, just return, okay. So like that. So then from there we need to have a navigator, so we're gonna say navigator, so navigator dot of what, of context, okay. So and also we need to have what, the root navigator, so we need to make sure that it is true. Then from there we need to pop it, okay, so that we'll be able to remove it, to remove that overlay. So then from there we need to await for a while, so we're gonna say await future, so await future dot delayed, so delayed, the duration here, it is what, constant of duration, so we're gonna say milliseconds, so milliseconds of what, 100, okay, like that. So then from there we need to do what, we need to come here, and then we're gonna say if it is mounted also, if it is not mounted, we need to say if the result, so we're gonna say if result, okay, if the result is error, so if the result error is not equal to null, if we have an error, so if we have an error here, we need to do what? We need to set the state, okay? So we need to update our error and others. So we're gonna say error message. So error message here, we're gonna set it to our what? The error that we get, okay? So the result dot error. So that is what we need to pass there. Then from there we need also to pass the is processing to false, okay? So it's processing here, we're gonna set it to false. So that is it. So then from there, if we don't have an error, so if it's not equal to null, so that one should be null there. Then from there, so then from there we just need to do it to return, okay? So that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So we need to check, not here, we need to come below this one. So we're gonna paste it there. So now we need to check, so just we need to navigate to pop. I'm gonna say navigator, so navigator, so navigator.pop. So then we're gonna pass the context, and also we're gonna pass what? Gonna pass through there, okay? So like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we just need to submit, okay? So we're gonna say if widget, so if widget dot what? On submit is not equal to what? It's not equal to null. So we just need to do what? We just need to come here and we say widget. So widget dot what? Widget dot on submit. So then we need to make sure that's not null there. Then we need to pass the amount there to it. Then we're gonna say what? The type is card, and also we're gonna have null, okay, for the error. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we need to do it. So we need to, if it is an error, so what we need to do, so we're gonna come here, gonna copy this one. So I need to copy all of this one from here to here. So where does it end? Like that, okay? So we need to copy this one. So then from there we're gonna have what? Where our try ends, okay? So we need to catch it, okay? So we're gonna say catch. So catch that exception there. Then we need to do it. Gonna paste this one here. So like that. So then instead of what? So instead of the error, so we don't need to check there. Then we need to remove these ones, okay? So just come and you remove that one like that. So then we need to put semicolon there. So this one for the error, so here we need to get what? So we're gonna e to string, then we need to replace all what? So where we have anything like exception, so exception like that. So we need to do what? We need to replace with a gap, okay? So with an empty string, not a gap. So make sure that you do it like that. So then we're gonna set is processing to false there. So that is what we're gonna do there, okay? So now what we're gonna do from that point, now we need to come back to our what? So to our submit here. So from our submit here, what do we want to do? So we checked if it is that. So this one should be what? This one should be an async method, so that this one will stop complaining. So then what we need to do here after we have processed that one, so else here, so else we need to do what? We're gonna set the state. Gonna set state here. So what we need to do here for the error message, so the error message that we need to pass here, we're gonna say what? That payment is not what? Payment method not implemented, okay? So not implemented there. And then from there gonna set is processing to false, okay? Gonna set it to false like that. Then also we need to make sure that this one is equals, okay? So that is it. So then also we need to put semicolon here. So then from there, if our try fails, so which ends here, we need to catch it, okay? So that exception. So what we need to do is just to set the state. So we just need to update our variables here. So we're gonna come here, we're gonna paste this one here. So instead of the payment method, so this one we just need to get the one from the exception. So exception dot to string. Okay, so that is it, and then you set that one to false. Okay, so make sure that yours also look like this, so like that. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, now we can be able to do it. Now we need to use it in our what. So now we have the button, so we have everything. So we need to come back to our wallet screen and then use it. Okay, so we just need to come here. So here we need to return what, our, so we're gonna say return. So this one we're gonna say constant of what, constant of add funds. Okay, so adds funds bottom sheet, so like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, after we do that, we need to come just below this one. Now we need to work on that result. So we're gonna say if the result, so if the result is equals to true, so if it is true here, we need to do and is still mounted. Okay, so it's still mounted. So if it's still mounted, so if that widget is still mounted, so we're gonna say context dot read, so the wallet block, so wallet block like this. Then we're gonna do what, so then we're gonna add, so what we need to add, it is what, constant of what, refresh, so refresh wallet event. Okay, like that. Then from there we need to pass also the what, the transaction history, so the transaction. So we're gonna say read, so then we're gonna say what, wallet, so wallet block like this. Then we're gonna do what, so we need to add, so what we need to add, it is constant, even though we didn't pass that one as a constant, which we can do it later. So we're gonna get wallet what, transactions. Okay, event, so that is it. Then you put what, semicolon. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to show a success, so the success snack bar. Okay, the one that will be responsible for showing a snack bar. So just need to come here, so just here below. So we're gonna say void, because we're gonna use it in multiple places. So we're gonna say show success what, show success snack bar, so snack bar. Then we're gonna say string message. Okay, so here we need to do what, gonna use the scaffold, so scaffold dot what, scaffold messenger dot of context. Then we're gonna do what, so then we need to show snack bar. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say snack bar, so snack bar. So then from there the content, so this one we're gonna have arrow, so that will be we're gonna have the children. So here in the children, so what we need to do, we need to come here. So and before we go there, we need to make sure that we have semicolon there. So let me save this one first. So here in the children, the first one, we need to have an icon. So the icon here, gonna say what, icons dot check circle, so check circle like that. Then also we need to have the color, so the color here, gonna say what, colors dot white. Okay, so colors dot white. So then, so this one is white. So then from there we need to have what, we need to have a gap, so constant of what, sized box, so sized box. Then you're gonna say what, we're gonna have a width, so the width we're gonna have here, it is 12. So then the next thing that we need to do, let me save this one. So then from there we need to do what, we need to come here, and then you're gonna have expanded. Okay, so expanded here to be what, the child will be the text of that message. Okay, we get. Okay, so we pass it here. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have what, still in the snack bar, so outside the row, so we need to have the background color, so the background color, so this one will be colors dot what, colors dot green. Okay, so and also we need to have a duration, so the one that our snack bar will stay. So we're gonna say constant of what, duration. So this one we just want it to be 3 seconds. Now we need to use it. So what, here we need to use it here. So we just need to do what, we just need to call it. So we're gonna say show success message. So this one gonna say what, funds added successfully. Okay, so successfully like that. Okay, so then you put semicolon there. So that is the part for what, for that one, for showing what, show the model sheet. So that is when you want to add the funds. So we just need to do what, to come here. So just need to replace this one, okay, like that. So then from there, instead of leaving this on transfer like that, so what I will do, I need to show a snack bar, not a snack bar, the alert dialog, so that I'm gonna show that it will be coming soon, okay. So that is what I need to do here. So we're gonna come here, just here. So this one also will be a void. So I'm gonna say show transfer, what, transfer coming, what, coming soon, okay. So like that. So this one we're gonna implement later. So we're gonna say show dialog here. So what we need to do, the context, the builder, pass the context there, and then we need to do what, we need to return the alert dialog, okay. So the alert dialog, like that. So this one we need to do what, first of all we need to put semicolon there. So the first thing that we need to have here, it is the title. So the title, we're gonna say constant of what, text. Then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say coming soon, coming soon, okay. So coming soon, like this. So then from there we need to have what, we need to have the content, okay. So the content here, we're gonna say constant of what, text. So this one we're gonna say wallet. So wallet transfer, so wallet transfer feature will be what, will be available in the next update, okay. So that is it. So we're gonna say, so what I need to do here, so we're gonna say what, so we need to put that full stop there, and then we do what, can also have a gap here, and then you say stay tuned, okay. So stay tuned, there, then with that one, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, let me save that one. So we need to have the actions. So still in our alert dialog, so we're gonna say actions here. So we're gonna have a text button, so text button. So this one we're gonna say what, when it is pressed you just need to pop it, okay. So just need to say navigator, so navigator dot what, navigator dot pop, okay. So then we're gonna pass the context there. So then for the child here to be a constant of what, text, okay. So text you're gonna say okay, like that. So now we need to use it. So let me save that one. So then I'm gonna use it in our here, okay. So that is it. So now from there we need to start working on that part for, so the next part, it is what, it is our part for the, so first of all we need to have a gap here. So we're gonna copy this one. So I'm gonna copy this one, then I'm gonna come where, just below our wallet quick actions there. Then we need to have a gap. So this one I don't want it to be 24, I want it to be 32, okay. So make sure that you are there. So now, so what we are building, let me show you. So that part that we are, so let us go to it, this part, okay. So here we have the recent transactions with the view all, and also this list, okay. We have these different cards, okay, so with the icon and others. So that is what we need to build. So keep that in mind before we start doing what, testing it, to see whether we'll be able to do it, okay. So then from there we need to have here as a widget. So this one we're gonna name it what, wallet transactions. So wallet transactions list dot, okay. So this one we're gonna say what, so this one will be a stateless widget. So st, so the stateless, then we're gonna name it what, wallet transactions list. Then we need to import these ones. So from what, from the material dot. So then from there we need to have what, so we're gonna have different things here. We're gonna say final list. So first of all we need to get the list of what, so what we need to pass in here is the list of the wallet transactions. So wallet transactions. So then from there gonna say what, gonna name it transactions, okay, like that. Then from there gonna have the void callback. So void callback. So when you want to view all, so we're gonna say on view all. So when you want to view all transactions, like that. Okay, so then we need to pass it to the what, to the constructor here. So we need to initialize it there. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So instead of returning a container, I want to return a column. Okay, so then from there we need to say cross access alignment. So then you're gonna say cross access alignment dot what, dot start. Okay, so that is it. So now from there we need to have the children. So the children here, gonna say what, you're gonna have a row. So the first one where you have the title and what, that view all. Okay, so this row, the first thing that we need to do, we need to make sure that we have a space between. So we're gonna say main access alignment. So main access alignment dot what, so main access alignment dot space between. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have the children. So the children here, gonna say what, so the first one that we need, it is what, constant of text. So the text here, it is what, recent. So recent transactions. Okay, so recent transactions, like that. Then we need to style it. So to style it, you're gonna say text style. So text style, then we're gonna say what, font size. So font size, then we're gonna pass a value of 18. So then from there, gonna say font weight. So font weight, then we're gonna say font weight dot what, so font weight, so font weight dot, so font weight dot what, so font weight dot bold. Okay, so that is it. So then I'm gonna save this one. So then from there we need to have what, so in between that one, then we need to have what, we need to have a text button. So text button, so text button here, so text button. So when it is pressed, we just need to do it, just need to pass our on view all. Okay, so the callback, so like that. Then for the child, so the child should be what, constant of what, text, and also you're gonna say view, so view all. Okay, so that is it. So that is the part for the header. So now in the same column we have what, so now we need to have a gap first. So constant of what, constant of size box. Okay, so we need to have a height. So the height, you're gonna have a value of 16. Okay, so then from there we need to check if the transactions, if we have transactions first, so because they might be null. So if the transactions dot is empty, if it is empty, we just need to show what, we're gonna say constant of what, center. So the center here, gonna have the child. Okay, so the child here, gonna say what, so we're gonna have a padding. So the padding here, then we need to do what, so we need to have the padding. So we're gonna say edge insets. So edge insets dot what, edge insets dot all. Okay, so dot all, then you're gonna provide a value of that too. And then from there we need to have the child for our padding. So this one will be a text, so which you're gonna say what, no transactions yet. Okay, so no transactions, okay, yet. That is it. Then we're gonna style it. So to style it, we're gonna say text style. So text style dot what, not dot, we're gonna say color. So the color, you're gonna say colors dot what, colors dot gray. Okay, so that is it. So let me save this one. So this is when we have what, we have the transactions. So this is when we don't have the transactions. So else, so this ends there. So else we're gonna do what, we need to show them. Okay, so this one we're gonna use what, we need to have the list. So this one should not be there, comma should not be there. Okay, so then we're gonna say what, so else we're gonna say list view. So we're gonna say list view dot what, dot separated. Okay, because we want to have them separated here. So what we're gonna do, the first thing that I need to have here is the shrink wrap. So this one gonna set it to true. So then from there we need to have the physics. So we're gonna say physics, I want it to be never scrollable. So we're gonna say never scrollable, scroll physics, like that. So then from there for the item count here, so this one we need to get it from the what, from the transactions dot length. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to have what, we need to have so the separator builder. So this one we just need to pass the context. Okay, context and what, and the index. Okay, so what we need to return here is what, constant of what, sized box. Okay, so sized box, then we're gonna say what, we're gonna have a height of 12. So that is it. So then from there, so the item builder, so this item builder here we need to pass what, we're gonna pass the context. okay, and also the index, okay. So the index like that. So then from there we need to do what? First of all, we need to get the transactions. So the transaction, so which we're gonna get from the index. So for every transaction, so we're gonna say transaction here, gonna say from the transactions. So transactions. So transactions. So transactions here we need to get what? The index. So from that one. So then we need to return. So what we need to do, we need to build the card, okay, the card that we're gonna use here, okay. So here in the card we need to create a new widget. So the new widget we're gonna name it what? Wallet. So wallet transactions card, okay. So wallet transaction card, okay, like that. So then we're gonna say dot, okay. So what we need to do here to be a stateless widget, so we're gonna say like this, then we're gonna say wallet transaction card. So then we need to do what? We need to import that one. So then what we're gonna pass it is the wallet transaction. So we're gonna say final wallet transaction. So wallet transaction. So we're gonna name it transaction, okay. So then we need to pass it to our card here, and then we do it. So then we come here. So this one will be what? First of all, before we check as usual the card, if it is the credit, so we had a different color, and if it was debit, we had a different color, okay. So we're gonna say final is credit, okay. So to know it is credit, it is when the transaction is what? So transaction dot is credit, okay, or when the transaction is what? So transaction is a refund, okay. So then we need also to have the color. So the color which will be based on if it is credit, okay. So we're gonna say color is equals to is credit, okay, is credit here. If it is credit, we just need to make sure colors dot green, okay. So else you're gonna say what? Colors dot red. So you can use any the way you want it. So this one, instead of returning container, I want to return a card. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have it elevated a bit. So elevation of 1. So then from there we're gonna have the child. So child for our card, so which will be a list tile, okay. So the list tile here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the reading. So the reading here will be what? Gonna use the container. So we're gonna say container. So the container here, so we need to have padding first. So padding will be a constant of what? Edge insets dot all, okay. So with a value of 8. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the decoration of our container. So we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration here. So we're gonna have the color. So the color will be based on the color. So we're gonna say with alpha. So alpha of what? 0.1 multiplied by 255. Then you round it, okay. So like that. So put it there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? The border radius. So border radius, you're gonna say border radius dot what? So border radius dot circular, like that. Then you're gonna pass a value of what? 8, okay. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come out of that one. So then we need to have the child. So the child here, it is an icon. So the icon will be based if it is credit. So we're gonna say if it's credit, okay. If it is credit here, we need to show what? Icons dot arrow. So we're gonna say arrow downward. So arrow downward, like that. Then if it is not, we just say icons dot what? Icons dot arrow upward, okay. So arrow upward. So that is it. So then also you need to have the color. So the color of the icon will be based on what? On the color of that one. So then we need to save this one. So I need to save it. So like that. So then, so make sure it looks like that, okay. So then from there, after the container, so we need to have what? We need to have the title. So the title here, we need to have a text, okay, which will be based on the transaction. So transaction dot what? Description. That is it. So then for the style, it will be constant of what? Text style there. Then we need to do what? So here we need to have the font weight. Okay, so the font weight here, so we're gonna have a font weight of what? So font weight of 600, or we can use 500. Then we need to make sure that this is constant, so const. Okay, so let me save that one. So then from there, the next one that we need to have here, we need to have the subtitle. So the subtitle, so this one will be a text also. So then you're gonna use the date format from the utils, so from the intils, so date format. Okay, so that one, then we need to do what? We need to have the format. So we're gonna say month like that, then day, then from there comma, then we need to have the year like that. Then we can have what? We can have an hyphen there, then we're gonna say HH, then okay, like that. Then we need to format. So what we need to format here is what? It is the transaction. Okay, so transactions, so transaction dot what? Created that. Okay, like that. So that is it. Then we need to style it. So we need to style it here. So we're gonna say what? Text style. So we're gonna say constant of what? Text style. So text style, then we're gonna have the font size. So font size here you can pass what? A value of 12. Okay, so that is it. So then I'm gonna save this one. So then from there, after the subtitle, we can have the trading, the one that is at the end. So we're gonna say what? So this one will be a column. So the column here, we need to have the main axis alignment. Okay, so we're gonna say main axis alignment dot center. We want it to be centered. So main axis alignment, so main axis alignment dot center. And also we need to have the cross axis alignment. So cross axis alignment, then we're gonna say cross axis alignment. So cross axis alignment dot what? Dot end. I want it to be in the end. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have the children. So the children here gonna have what? We're gonna have text. Okay, so text, we need to have what? We need to get the, if it is credit. So if it is credit here, so if it is credit, we just do what? We need to put, that is add. Okay, else we just need to do what? To put subtraction. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we need to have the $sign, so for the amount. Okay, so then we do what? So this one, after that one, we're gonna say, gonna get from here, gonna say transaction. So from transaction we need to get the amount. Okay, so then we need to convert it to string as fixed, like that. Then we pass to there. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to style it. So we're gonna say style. So the style here, it will be what? It will be text style. So text style. So this one, the color, so the color will be based on the color. So then from there gonna have the font weight. Okay, so the font weight, you're gonna say font weight dot what? So font weight, so font weight dot what? So dot bold, like that. Then you can have font size. So the font size here, gonna pass what? A value of what? Gonna pass a value of 16. That is it. So let me save this one. So then the next one, still in the same what? In the same column, we need to have the what? The transaction balance. Okay, so we're gonna say text. So text here, gonna say what? So what we need to do here, we need to put that one. So then we need to have the $sign, and then we do what? We do transaction. So transaction, so transaction dot what? Balance after. Okay, so then we're gonna say to string as fixed, then with a value of 2. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the style. So the style here, gonna say text style. So text style, then we need to do what? We need to have the font size. So the font size, we're gonna have a value of 12. And then from there, gonna say color. So then the color, gonna say colors dot what? Dot gray. Okay, so then we're gonna pass a value of what? 600. So that is it. So let me save that one, like that. So that is what we have done. So now we need to use it in our what? In our view here in this part. So what we need to do here, we need to return. So what we need to return is our wallet transaction card. Okay, so wallet transaction, so wallet transaction card, this one. So the transaction, we pass the transaction there. Okay, So that is it. So then from there, now we need to use them in our what, in our wallet screen here, so that we'll be able to do what, so to be able to see. So we need to come here below. So we're gonna say wallet transaction list. Okay, so for the transactions, you're gonna get it from the state. So I'm gonna say state dot what, transactions. So then we need to get what, the results. Okay, so the results, so if they are not there, just pass an empty list there. Okay, so then on view all, so this one we gonna handle later, so which you gonna go to what, so also you can do it in your side. So you can say just you need to have a view that you're gonna show all of them. Okay, where you can be able to scroll and view all. Okay, so to do here, gonna say what, so we're gonna say route to what, route to wallet history. Okay, so like that. So that is it. Now after we have done that, now we can be able to do it, now to test the, gonna now test the what, the application here. Okay, so now we need to start testing the application. So what we're gonna do here, the first thing that you need to make sure that you have done, so make sure that you do the data run, so that you'll be able to inject that service that we added, and then you do a hot restart, so that we'll be able to do it, to test it. So then after doing that, so we can bring it here. So remember, before you continue, make sure that you, in your terminal, you have the part for what, so this is the server, and also for the webhook. Okay, so that you'll be able to do what, to do the, to test the payment. Okay, so make sure that you have it like that. And also we need to go to the backend. So here in the backend, you can, in the admin, you can realize that we have this one, the new one. This one was created because when we were getting the data for the what, for the wallet, we just need to get or create. Okay, so that's why it was able to create. So now, but when you come to the transactions, so in the transactions, you realize only someone else, so they did that. Okay, so now we need to come back to the front end, so that we'll be able to do it, to test the application. So now we need to come to our wallet, so that we'll be able to add something, so some few things. So you can see currently we have no transactions. So now we need to add this one. Currently it is 0. So let us now add the what. So you can see that we have the, is not registered inside what, get it. So we need to do what, we need to do it to add it. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So remember that one. So that's why I told you, you need to make sure that you do it, you add it to the, to that one. Okay, so make sure that you come to our, so let us check our service, how it looks like. So where is it? So our Stripe service there. So for you to be able to work on that one, so make sure that you stop the application, then you do what, then you run it. Okay, so that you'll be able to load that one. So because sometimes it is refusing, so we need to do what, you need to do that. Okay, so then I'm gonna do a hot restart there. So then from there I'm gonna grab it. So let me put it here, so that you'll be able to see. Okay, so make sure that you run it again. So stop, then you run it again. Okay, after you do that, so then from there, so you can be able to come here and you do it. So now you can have this one for adding. So we said when you select this one, we pass here. Okay, so what I need to do here, just need to, I don't want to pass that one, I want to use mine. So mine here gonna use what, I want to just add, maybe can add maybe $400 like that. Then you do what, so this one you need to add the funds. Okay, so this one we just open there, so that we'll be able to open what, to get the Stripe. Okay, so it looks like that. So then you need to do what, to use the card here. So just click there, then you need to pass the the what, from the card we're gonna have the number, so we're gonna say 4242 4242. Okay, so then the year I said it is just 1 in the future, so then the CVC just use what, 123. So because I don't want to provide the postal code, just need to pick a random country there, then we're gonna use to pay. Okay, so let us wait and see. So if it will be successful, as you can see it is successful, and then we need to be able to do what, to pop that one. Okay, so currently we won't get the updated one, so unless you do what, so let us wait for it to complete so that we'll be able to see the funds. Okay, let me remove this one first. So the issue is in our backend, so we need to go to our backend here, and the issue is where, so let me show you where we have an issue. So the issue is that in the services for topping up, so here we want to have what, so the one that gonna, we have what, where we have the top up. Okay, so confirm wallet top up, so this one we provide for what, so this one should be missing first of all, so that one has no effect. So then we have what, so wallet top up via card. Okay, so then from there we need to do what, so let me show you. So I want to look for something like wallet top up. Okay, so I'm gonna say wallet top up. Okay, so this one. Okay, so here in the wallet add funds, so here we have what, so you can see here, so this metadata we have what, top up. Okay, so this is what the webhook's gonna look. Okay, so this is what our webhook gonna look, so for the wallet top up. Okay, the type, so when you come to the webhooks here, so we need to check for the payment succeeded. So here we have what, if the payment type is what, so you can see here we have a type. Okay, so this one should be what, confirm wallet top up. Okay, so this one should be what, so in the metadata, because we're getting it from the metadata, so we need to say what, so this one should be top up. Okay, so we need to make sure that it is a top up. Okay, because when you come, so make sure that that one it's okay, because the reason being that when you come to the terminal, so here in the terminal, when you come to this part, okay, you can see it's okay. Okay, so when we do that, we get what, so the payment intent succeeded, charge succeeded, and then charge updated. Okay, so we need to come back to our what, to our UI, so that we'll be able to test it. Gonna be able to test it again, so let us come, so let me bring it here. So currently gonna read that one, so we need to do what, so we need to add funds again, so we're gonna add maybe for $50 or $549 there. So then from there we're gonna do what, we need to add the funds. Okay, so then when you add the funds, you need to do what, you need to open that card, and then you're gonna provide the card number. So the one that has money, it is the 42, so the 4242424242. Okay, so then future can add that one, then you can use 123. So instead of United Kingdom, we need to have just a random one, so then like that, then we need to pay. Okay, so you can see it is saying what succeeded, like that. Okay, so now it was able to add this one, so the card that we were working on. So now for that one to get the updated one, so we need to do what, so we need to, so you can see now when you refresh, you are getting what, the updated what, the updated amount. Okay, so make sure that you do that. So then from there we can also be able to use it to pay the what, to book the appointment. Okay, so we can just pick maybe like what, we can just, so let us look for the consultant that we want to book with. So we are gonna use what, where we gonna use the wallet. So let me grab, and I'm gonna bring it here. So then we can just look for the what. So we had the emergency medicine, so we need to create a consultation, so you need to book it. So could have just clicked here. So then, so here we need to book on 26th November, so like that. So then we need to do what? So from 10, so the duration we want for 45 minutes, and also you're gonna say what, this one is just for general checkup, okay, like that. Then we need to book the appointment, okay. So now after we have done that, now we can be able to, because now we can see the wallet has changed, so we can use what, you can either select that one or you can use the wallet, okay. You can see it is showing this one here, okay. So we just need to pay what, $40, okay. So we have an error, so the one that we need to solve, so let us solve it. So now when you come to the terminal, you realize that the problem is what, the bad request. So it simply means the request you are sending, it is not okay, okay. So let us come back to our what, so to our remote data source, the one that is getting the data from the backend. So this one, so we have what, where we are paying with what, we are paying with the, so where do we have it, so the payment for wallet transactions, okay. So we need to make sure that we have in there, so get there, then we have what, so here in the wallet transaction, so you can see that we are passing what, so the transaction type. So here we used the transaction what ID, so this one should be type, okay. So because that is what the backend expects, not the ID. So what I'm gonna do, you need also to run again your data, so your data run, so this one, so that we'll be able to generate for that, okay. So let us wait for it to run, so then be able to do what, to continue testing, okay. So now after doing that, we can do a hot restart, and then you do what, then you'll be able to run it again. So let me bring it here, so that we'll be able to test for payment using what, our wallet, okay. So we need to come to our history, to our consultants. So then we can pick even for any, so let us pick this one. So then from there we can say what, not even this one, so we can just do what, so let us look for the history. So here for the book appointment, so we had this one, so we can pay using what we want to, this one is paid, okay. So what we need to do, so let us create another one instead of relying on that one. So let us come here, so then we're gonna do it like this. So then you can click this one like that. Then we need to do it, to pick maybe 13, so that is there. Then for the reason, gonna say what, general, so general checkup, like that. Then we need to do it, to book the appointment. So here gonna use what, we're gonna use the wallet, so we're gonna say what, so we need to pay that one. So still we have the error, so we need to solve that one also. What you might realize is that when you do the payment, it is deducted, okay. So we need to do what, so what happens is that we have an issue in the backend. So when you come here, so it's gonna do a hot restart. So then I'm gonna come again to our payments here, so to pay, okay. So we need to make sure that we come here and we can just look for our doctor, so the emergency medicine. So then when you come here, you need to do what, so when you do the booking, you realize that you're able to pay, okay. So you can just pick there for a random place, then you're gonna say what, so we're gonna say general, so like that, okay. So then you can be able to book the appointment, okay. So when you book the appointment, so when you come to pay here, you realize that you'll be able to pay, okay. So to pay that $40, but you can see the connection refused. So we need to look at that point, then so that we'll be able to see what is going on, so which it is from the backend. So we need to go to the backend, And when you come here in the backend, you realize that we have what? We have this part where you have the notification. So this one will notify. Okay, so this one is the one that is causing that error because we have not yet implemented it. So we have it like this. So we need to do what? We need to implement this one. Okay, so that we'll be able to. So but currently, so we don't need to send that notification. So we're gonna do what? So where is it? So this one, we just need to comment it. Okay, so when you comment that one, so we can come back to our code. So here in the front end, so then you'll be able to do what? So let me grab it again so that we'll be able to try to make a new payment. So like that. So let me put that one there. So we need to first of all try again. So what we need to do, so this one, it's okay. You can see now it has completed successfully. Okay, so then we can say done. Okay, so then if you can try to book again, so the same, you find that we have what? So like that. So that is it. So you cannot be able to book the same thing at the same point. Okay, so that is it. So that is how we do it. So now we can come to our wallet so that we'll be able to see all those deductions. So the ones I've even tested. Okay, so you can see we have this one, so the payment for that one, okay, so that is it. So make sure that you're able to do what? To do like that. Also, you can be able to add, you can try to add the funds like that. Okay, so that is what we have been doing. So when you come to the backend, so let us come to our backend here. So in the backend here in the Chrome, so we need to do what? We can refresh here. So currently the balance, it is that one. So then from there we have what? So when you come to the wallet transactions, you can be able to see them. Okay, so the one that you have paid for that, and also for the top up. Okay, so now we have worked on that, on building our application. So now the next thing that we need to do what? We need to start working on the one for the calls. We're gonna use the WebRTC and also the WebSockets. Okay, so let us go and start building from that point, so that we'll be able to do what? So that we'll be able to build. Okay, so let us go and start working on it.